Chapter 97. The children were in self-study. Someone with sharp eyes saw her from afar and shouted, "Auntie Xia!" All the children rushed out of the classroom and surrounded her, calling her Auntie Xia. Every little face had the brightest smile. Xia Dong smiled and said, "Quick, take a look at what I brought for you." The children took a step back, and she put down the bags in her hands. There were 3 bags filled with toys. There were dolls, electric trains, car models, Rubik's Cubes, 9 consecutive rings, all kinds of things. There were also 2 bags filled with notebooks, pens, and other school supplies. The children cheered and pounced on her. They surrounded Xia Dong, cheering and jumping. Bailey Han had wanted to walk around and check out the school situation, but he didn't expect to see this scene. Frankly speaking, Xia Dong had a very beautiful face, especially her eyes. When she smiled, they were filled with passion and contagion. At this moment, she was smiling very happily. She stroked the children's hair and said something from time to time. Bailey Han's eyes darkened. Finally, he turned around and left. After a while, Jiang Dao and Lilith came to look for her. Xia Dong said goodbye to the children. "Children, I'm leaving. You have to study hard and grow up to be useful people to society." The last sentence was actually a little broad. She smiled and changed the way she spoke. Study hard and change your own fate. Change the fate of your family. Auntie Xia will remember it. The children's little faces were filled with determination. They reluctantly sent her to the village entrance and watched her get into the car. The car drove far away, but they were still standing there. Lilith looked at them and sighed. "Chief Editor, I suddenly feel that we've done something very great." Xia Dong smiled. "Do you suddenly feel that you have motivation in life?" Lilith nodded vigorously. Xia Dong laughed heartily. Jiang Dao, who was driving, also smiled. However, something unfortunate happened. When they drove for more than an hour and entered another small town, the car broke down. Fortunately, it wasn't in the middle of nowhere. There was the only car repair shop in town. The young man had never repaired such a high-end car before. After checking it, he helplessly spread out his hands. "I'm sorry, I can't repair it. I don't have the parts here." Xia Dong asked, "Sir, is there a bus to Sidia here?" The young man scratched his head. "Yes, but there are only 2 trips. One at 8 in the morning and the other at 2 in the afternoon. It's already 3 in the afternoon. Obviously, you've missed it. Then, is there a private car going to a city?" The young man smiled embarrassedly. "No, City A is too far away, and the road to City A is very difficult to walk. None of the drivers are willing to go." Lilith stomped her feet anxiously. "Then what should I do? It's my grandma's birthday today. I must rush back." Xia Dong patted her shoulder and comforted her. "Don't worry. Let's think of other ways." Jiang Dao asked the young man why the car broke down, and then called the car repair shop in City A. The shop assistant said that the problem was not serious, but he needed to change a part. He also said that it would take at least 4 hours to get here. Jiang Dao asked them to come as soon as possible. Now, they could only wait for the car to be repaired. The young man was very enthusiastic. He brought 3 chairs from the house and invited them to sit down. He even made tea. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Xia Dong suddenly saw a Maybach speeding over. It was Bailey Han's car. She had sat in it before, and she remembered the license plate number. She stood up abruptly, waving her hands in the air as she shouted, "Stop the car! Stop the car!" Bailey Han saw someone waving at him from the side of the road. It was Xia Dong. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed over. Xia Dong covered her face in disappointment. Bailey Han saw her bending over and covering her face in the rearview mirror. She looked very disappointed, and he actually felt bad. His hands unconsciously slowed down and then slowed down again and again. Finally, he stopped about 100 to 200 meters away from her. Lilith shouted excitedly, "It stopped, it stopped." "Chief Editor, look, the car stopped." Xia Dong looked up in surprise. The Maybach had really stopped. Although it was quite far from where they were now, Bailey Han waited for a while, but there was still no movement from the group. He was irritated. Damn idiot, didn't she understand his hint? It had been a minute, and he still hadn't driven away. So, he should be waiting for them. Xia Dong finally reacted and said to Jiang Dao, "Jiang Dao, stay here and wait for the people from the repair shop to come." Lilith and I will go back to city. But no buts, Jiang Dao. Bailey Han is a good person. He won't do anything bad to me, so don't worry. Jiang Dao, I'll leave this to you. Be careful. Lilith, let's go. After Xia Dong gave her instructions, she pulled Lilith and hurried to Bailey Han's side. Before she left, she didn't forget to thank the young man. Because of the baby in her belly, Xia Dong didn't dare to run too fast. She was also worried that Bailey Han would change his mind at the last minute and step on the gas pedal to escape. So she said to Lilith, Lilith, run faster and go over first. I can't walk too fast, so I'll be one step behind you. Lilith had the same worry and immediately raised her hands in agreement. Okay, Chief Editor, be careful. I'll be there right away. Lilith ran over at the speed of the 800-meter long-distance run when she was in college. After a few minutes, Xia Dong walked over leisurely. Bailey Han's face was as black as the bottom of a pot that had been burning for more than 10 years. As for the explanation, Lilith must have already explained it, so Xia Dong didn't say anything more. She smiled politely and said, Mr. Bailey, sorry to trouble you. Bailey Han pursed his lips and ignored her, but he unlocked the back door. Xia Dong and Lilith hurriedly got in. It was finally safe. Bailey Han's face became even darker. Did he look like the kind of person who would change his mind at the last minute? Yes, you are. The atmosphere in the car was very gloomy. No one spoke. Lilith didn't dare, Xia Dong didn't want to, and Bailey Han didn't care. The car drove in silence for an hour and drove to a small dirt bridge. The bridge was about 70 meters long and 7 to 8 meters wide. A farm tractor rumbled on the bridge. Behind the tractor sat a young woman with a child in her arms. Their car also drove onto the bridge. When the tractor heard the sound of the car, it purposely made way for them. Just as Bailey Han overtook the car, Xia Dong suddenly realized that something was wrong. The bridge was shaking. Several large cracks appeared on the bridge, like vines, slowly spreading from one end of the bridge to the other. It was like a scene from a disaster movie. Xia Dong grabbed the seatbelt and reminded Bailey Han in a panic. Bailey Han, the bridge is cracking. Bailey Han also saw that the car was about to reach the center of the bridge. There was still more than 50 meters before they would reach the other end of the bridge. It was impossible for them to retreat. The soil bridge was shaking more and more violently. Through the rearview mirror, he could see that the bridge deck at the back of the bridge was slowly collapsing into the river, causing the river water to gush and splash. The tractor was also driving frantically. The desperate cries of the woman and child resounded through the sky, but it was too late. In less than 10 seconds, they would be buried in the river with the car, and he had to race against time to drive to the other side of the bridge. These thoughts just flashed past his mind. Bailey Han calmly said to Xia Dong and Lilith, who were sitting in the back, "Close your eyes." Xia Dong quickly closed her eyes. Lilith was so scared that she almost lost the ability to think. She also followed the order and closed her eyes in a daze. Bailey Han stepped hard on the accelerator, and the car shot out like an arrow. 1 meter behind the car, the bridge had already collapsed. As the car moved forward, the bridge collapsed, chasing after them. Gravel and soil were constantly falling into the river. The rumbling sound of the collapse was constantly transmitted to Xia Dong's ears. Her heart was in a mess. She grabbed the seat belt with one hand and firmly protected her abdomen with the other. The bridge in front could no longer bear the weight of the car. The Maybach car began to tilt, and it was getting worse and worse. Bailey Han's expression didn't change. He stared at the open space at the bridgehead and didn't hesitate to step on the accelerator and rush up. Xia Dong could feel the rapid turbulence of the car with her eyes closed. She broke out in a cold sweat and her back was cold. She was so nervous that all the muscles in her body began to stiffen. The crack had already extended to the bridgehead, and the 2 rear wheels of the car began to slowly fall. Bailey Han's forehead was also sweating, but his expression was still calm. He stepped hard on the accelerator and accelerated to the maximum. The car leaped forward and rushed onto the road at the bridgehead. After driving for some distance and confirming that it was safe, he let Xia Dong and the others open their eyes. Xia Dong turned her head and looked back. The entire bridge had collapsed into the river. The stones and soil slowly sank into the river, and she could vaguely see sections of the broken bridge. Lilith let out a wah and burst into tears. Xiaodong was still scared. Although she didn't show it on her face, her voice was trembling. Did the tractor fall? Bailey Han looked in her eyes. Yes. Xiaodong's body began to tremble. She wanted to take out her phone to call the police, but because her fingers were trembling too much, she kept making mistakes when pressing numbers. Bailey Han grabbed her hand and took the phone from her to call the police. Lilith's crying was too loud. Bailey Han had to get out of the car and make a call. He clearly described the situation at the scene and the tractor that had fallen into the river. By the time he came back, Xiaodong had calmed down a lot. She had to calm down. Being emotional was not good for the children. She asked Bailey Han, "Will they still be alive?" Bailey Han knew that she was asking about the family of 3 on the tractor. He remained silent and didn't answer. The answer was self-evident. Falling from such a high place, with stones and soil falling continuously, and the rushing river, how could they still be alive? Xiaodong's eyes were filled with sadness. In the face of disaster, humans were very fragile. Xiaodong pulled the crying Lilith into her arms and hugged her tightly. She comforted her gently. "Lilith, don't be afraid. It's all right now. Don't be afraid." Under her gentle, comforting voice, Lilith's trembling body gradually calmed down. She also gradually regained consciousness. Her eyes were filled with tears. She looked up at Xiaodong. "Chief Editor, are we still alive?" Xiaodong nodded firmly. "We're still alive. In fact, we're going to live better than before." After experiencing life and death, one would become braver. The two of them gradually calmed down. Bailey Han said slowly, "Let's leave this place as soon as possible." Xiaodong nodded silently. "Come and see." Songshu 566. Chapter 98. Bailey Han glanced at her and started the car. After driving for almost an hour, the police cars and ambulances drove in the direction of the collapsed bridge. The last police car stopped them and asked about the situation. After learning that they were the ones who called the police took down their contact information and said that they would be invited to record their statements when they returned to the city. Bailey Han and the other 2 were very cooperative. In the end, the police bowed to the 3 of them and got into the car to chase after the police car in front. Xiaodong then remembered that with the bridge collapsed, the people at the car repair shop would not be able to cross the river and repair the car. Similarly, Jiang Dao would not be able to return to the city. She quickly contacted Jiang Dao and briefly told him what had happened. After Jiang Dao heard it, his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat and his heart trembled. Luckily, Miss Xiao was fine. Otherwise, when the boss came back, he would definitely be killed. After a long while, Jiang Dao said, "Miss Xia, it's good that you're fine. You don't have to worry about the car. I'll think of a way to return to the city tomorrow. Please take care of yourself." "Okay, I got it. You be careful too." It was already past 9 at night when they returned to the city. Lilith had calmed down a lot. She said that she would take a taxi back and asked Bailey Han to drop her off at the intersection. Only Bailey Han and Xiaodong were left in the car. Bailey Han glanced at her. After a while, he said, "Tell me the address. I'll send you back." "No need. I'll take a taxi back too. I've already troubled you today." Bailey Han emphasized, "Tell me the address." Xiaodong knew that he was a very stubborn person. If he insisted on something, he would definitely do it. She could only tell him the address. Bailey Han drove her to the neighborhood without a word. When she got out of the car, her legs were a little weak. She tried to stand straight and smiled. "Thank you for today," Bailey Han said lightly. "Go upstairs." Xiaodong nodded and walked step by step to the elevator. Bailey Han watched her figure disappear into the corridor before he started the car and drove away. After entering the elevator, Xiaodong's fake calmness collapsed. She leaned against the elevator and watched as the numbers continued to rise. Finally, it stopped at her floor. The moment the elevator door opened, the smile returned to her face, and she pressed the doorbell of her house. Mommy, you're back." Xiao Guai threw herself into her arms. "Mom, why are you so late? Did anything happen on the way home?" Xiao Bao had calculated the schedule. His mother should have reached home more than an hour ago. It's okay. Mommy was playing with those kids for a while, so I was delayed. Have you guys eaten? We've already eaten, and the nanny has already bathed us. Okay, then Mommy will send you back to your room to rest. Xia Dong carried her daughter. Gigai, did you listen to Annie and take your medicine today? Yes, take your medicine. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? It was stuffy here in the afternoon, but I'm fine now. Xiao Guai pointed to her chest. Xia Dong hugged her tightly and said gently, if you feel uncomfortable in the future, you have to tell Mommy immediately. If Mommy isn't around, you have to tell Annie, okay? Yes, I know. Xia Dong put her daughter on the bed and covered her with a blanket. She told her daughter jokes to cheer her up. Suddenly, she said, Mommy, I really want to go back to kindergarten. Xia Dong stroked her daughter's hair gently and said gently, Gigai, you're sick now, so you can't go to kindergarten for the time being. Let's go back when you're better, okay? Xiao Guai pursed her lips and her big eyes were filled with tears. She said pitifully, but the garden party is coming, and I want to perform on stage with brother. Xia Dong gently wiped the tears from her face and said softly, Gigai, Mommy will tell the teacher that you can't go to kindergarten before you're better, but on the day of the garden party, I'll let you perform on stage, okay? Xiao Guai shook her arm and looked at her with tears in her eyes. Mommy, when will I be better? When can I go to kindergarten? Xia Dong squatted in front of her bed and hugged her tightly. Gigai, believe Mommy, it won't be long. 10 months? In 10 months, you can go back to kindergarten. 10 months? It seems like a long time. Not long at all. Xia Dong stroked her head and smiled. Gigai, you've been in Mommy's stomach for 10 months, but Mommy thinks that it's a very short time. Really? She looked at her with her big eyes and looked so serious. Really, Mommy never lies to Xiao Guai. Xiao Guai smiled through his tears. His smile was bright and dazzling. He nodded vigorously. Okay, then I'll listen to Mommy obediently. I'll go back to kindergarten after I recover. Your Mommy's good baby. Mommy will sing for you. Xia Dong stroked her daughter's hair and sang a lullaby softly. After 10 minutes, her daughter fell asleep. She bent over and kissed her daughter's forehead and gently closed the door. The light in Xiao Bao's room was still on. Xia Dong knocked on the door and pushed it open before he could answer. Xiao Bao hurriedly closed his laptop and rolled his eyes cutely. Mom, you're invading my privacy again. Xia Dong smiled mischievously. No, I didn't. I knocked. But I didn't say come in. Xiao Bao whined with a sour face. Xia Dong sat on his bed and pretended to peek at his laptop. Xiao Bao hugged the laptop and wiggled his little butt away from her. He said angrily, I won't let you see it. Xia Dong laughed and said, even if you don't let me see it, I know what you're busy with. Are you worried about what to prepare for the garden party and how to dress up Bailey E? Are you searching for information online or asking others what to prepare for? Xiao Bao's eyes widened. Finally, he turned his head away awkwardly and puffed up his face. No, forget it. Since you're not, then I'll keep my good idea. Oh, what a pity. My peerless good idea. Xia Dong pretended to stretch and stood up to walk to the door. I'm so sleepy. I'd better go back to sleep. Mommy, a certain child quickly jumped off the bed and hugged her thigh. He rubbed against her without any restraint. Mommy, what good idea do you have? Tell me. His soft and gentle voice really made one feel tender and protective towards him. Xia Dong glanced at him and sighed sadly. But I don't respect my son's privacy. No. Mommy, you're the most democratic and respect my privacy the most. Then you're not worried about the program. Mommy, the little bun-like face pouted. He raised his little chin and looked at her pitifully with watery eyes. He complained plaintively. Mommy, you're bullying me? Boo. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. Xia Dong was helpless against her son's ability to act pitiful. She bent down and carried his little body to the bed. She said, my idea is very simple. It's cosplay. Cosplay? Xiao Bao's eyes widened. That's right. Xia Dong rubbed her chin and looked at her son up and down. Good son, there's also a child as talented as you in anime. His name is Conan Adagawa. I know. It's the famous detective Conan. Xiao Bao's eyes lit up at the reminder. Mom, your idea is unprecedented. Thank you, Mom. Xiao Bao kissed her on the cheek. At noon the next day, Xiaodong had just finished lunch and returned to the office when she received a call from Jiang Dao. Miss Xia, I've returned to the city and am accompanying Miss Gigai at your house. So fast. It must be very tiring. Jiang Dao, you should take a rest first. No, I'm fine. According to Jiang Dao, he experienced a series of twists and turned from taking a bus to taking a boat to taking a bus to returning to the city. As for the off-road vehicle that broke down halfway, its fate was even more complicated. In the end, it was towed back to City A by the towing company using a ferry. Xiaodong paused and asked, when you crossed the river where the bridge collapsed, the family of 3 fell into the river. What happened to them? When they were salvaged, they had already stopped breathing. I heard that their family has already claimed their bodies. Although she already knew the answer, Xiaodong still felt a little sad when she heard it confirmed. In the afternoon, the police station called her and asked her and Lilith to make a statement. When Xiaodong and Lilith arrived at the police station, they found that Bailey Han was also there. Bailey Han glanced at them and nodded coldly. Xiaodong also nodded at him. The police recorded her basic information and said politely, Miss Xia, please tell us what happened at that time. The car drove for about 20 meters, and I found that the bridge was shaking. Xiaodong tried hard to recall the situation at that time, and her fingers involuntarily clenched. Lilith's emotions fluctuated even more. Her voice was trembling, and she almost burst into tears. Bailey Han was very calm. Even the police couldn't help but praise him after listening to his account. Mr. Bailey, your psychological quality is very good. If you didn't make a prompt decision, I'm afraid that something bad would have happened to you. Bailey Han smiled faintly and didn't say anything. After making a statement last night, the 3 of them walked out of the police station. Just as they walked to the gate, a Lamborghini stopped. Su Yinxian hurriedly got out of the car and jogged to Bailey Han. She said anxiously, Han, I just called your office. Linda said that you were at the police station. What happened? Bailey Han comforted her. Don't worry, it's nothing. I'm just making a statement. Didn't you go to the groundbreaking ceremony of Yutong Elementary School yesterday? What happened that you need to make a statement? Bailey Han didn't want her to worry. He only said, something small happened on the way back. What the hell happened? Bailey Han sighed and said, the bridge we passed collapsed. Collapsed? Su Yunxian's beautiful eyes surged with panic. She pulled him a look left and right. She didn't find any injuries on him, and then she calmed down. Her eyes flashed. We mean? Su Yunxian then noticed that there were 2 people standing beside Bailey Han. They were Xia Dong and her assistant. Su Yunxian immediately understood. It turned out that Han and Xia Dong went to the groundbreaking ceremony together. She smiled and looked at Xia Dong. Her eyes were a little cold. So Miss Xia went to the groundbreaking ceremony with Han. Xia Dong said faintly, Miss Su, let me correct you. I was invited to the groundbreaking ceremony, and so was Mr. Bailey. We are independent individuals. There is no such thing as together. So it's like this. Su Yunqian's expression didn't change. She smiled indifferently and said, Miss Xia, Han and I are going to get married on the 15th of next month. If you can come to our wedding, we will be very happy. Isn't that right, Han? Attention Songshu 566. Chapter 99. Bailey Han's eyes narrowed. There was no expression on his face, but he clenched his fists. Soon, he loosened them and said, Yes. Xia Dong smiled calmly. Congratulations. I'm very happy to be able to attend your wedding. Thank you, Su Yunxian said softly as she held Bailey Han's arm elegantly. Let's go back. Bailey Han glanced at Xia Dong and got into the car with Su Yunxian. Bailey Han sat in the driver's seat, and Su Yunxian sat beside him. She said sadly, Han, why didn't you tell me that the bridge collapsed? It's such a big thing. If I didn't find out, were you planning to keep it from me? I just didn't want you to worry. I'm fine now, aren't I? Su Yunxian felt wronged. What if something happened? You and Xia Dong went through life and death together, but you don't even want to tell me the truth. Bailey Han suddenly braked and turned to look at her with a serious expression. Yunxian, Xia Dong, and I just happened to meet on the road. Her car broke down, so I gave her a ride. Nothing happened between us. Okay, I know. I just, I was just too worried about you. I said the wrong thing. Don't be angry, okay? Su Yinxian hugged his arm and acted coquettishly. Bailey Han smiled. Don't tell my family about this, especially Grandma. I don't want them to worry. Do you understand? Okay, I'll keep it a secret. Su Yinxian leaned into his arms and said, Han, I was really scared just now. Promise me that you won't hide anything from me in the future. In a low voice, he said, Okay. She looked up and smiled. Do you have time this afternoon? My wedding dress has been sent over from France. Can you accompany me to try on the wedding dress? Bailey Han frowned. I have a meeting in the afternoon. How about tonight? Come to my house tonight. As expected of a famous French designer, Su Yunqian's wedding dress was very beautiful. It was bare-shouldered, revealing the slender and beautiful lines of her neck. Bits of broken diamonds were inlaid in the chest area. The hemline of the dress was a high-grade French snow-white, transparent chiffon. It looked solemn and beautiful like a dream. Bailey Han was very satisfied. Su Yinxian pulled him aside and took a photo of herself with her phone. When she went back to her room to change her clothes, she sent a text message to Su Xingchen. In the message, she said, Xingchen, help me see if this wedding dress is pretty. 10 minutes later, she received a reply from Su Xingchen. It was very beautiful. Sister Yinxian, I have a gift for you. It will be mailed to your office tomorrow. Please sign for it. The next day, Su Yinxian opened the gift Su Xingchen gave her in her office. Her face was pale. It was a medical report. It showed that the person involved was pregnant for 2 weeks. The name of the person involved was Xia Dong. This wasn't a big deal. The problem was that there was a stack of photos under the medical report. They were all secretly taken by Xia Dong and Bailey Han. It seemed that they were seducing each other. First, Xiao Tiansheng and Bailey Han were talking about something. Then, Bailey Han looked at the direction of the bar counter and walked towards the private room. Then, Xiao Tiansheng helped a drunk woman from the bar counter into the private room. Although the photo only showed the back of that woman, even if she turned into ashes, Su Yinxian would recognize her. She was Xia Dong. According to the date of the photo, it coincided with the date of Xia Dong's pregnancy. Was this a coincidence or was it true? Su Yinxian's face was pale. She leaned against the office chair. Her phone rang. It was Su Xingchen. Sister Yinxian, did you receive the gift? I took those photos with my own hands. Also, I noticed that Brother Han stayed in the private room for more than half an hour. Why don't you ask his servants if he came home that night? Su Yunqian's laughter sounded so innocent and considerate, but Su Yunxian knew that her cousin was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Su Yunxian said calmly, This is between me and Han. You don't have to worry about it. After speaking, she hung up the phone. The photos in front of her and Su Xingchen's words were like the venom of a poisonous snake. They corroded Su Yunxian's rationality. She gritted her teeth and dialed the number in Bailey Han's villa. The housekeeper picked up. The housekeeper was steady and experienced. He was very trusted by Bailey Han. If she asked him rashly, he wouldn't tell her the truth. Su Yinxian used a roundabout tactic. Housekeeper, I remembered that I forgot a piece of jewelry in Han's bedroom on the night of June 2nd. Please have someone keep it well. I'll come and get it when I have time. The other side of the phone was silent for a while. Then he said, Miss Su, if I remember correctly, you didn't come to the villa on June 2nd. Did I remember wrongly? I still remember that Han came back very late that night. He didn't come home until 1 in the morning. Miss Su, you must have remembered wrongly. Young master didn't come home on the night of June 2nd. He only came back the next day. You said that it might be June 12th. Don't worry, I'll have someone keep the jewelry well. Su Yinxian's hand gripped the phone tightly. Her knuckles turned white. She smiled and said, I see. Housekeeper, thank you. June 2nd was the date of the photo shoot. Han didn't come home as expected. Su Yinxian's mind was filled with the scene of Bailey Han and Xia Dong entangled in bed. She slumped against the back of the chair and didn't move for a long time. She wanted to directly question Bailey Han, but she held back. They were going to hold their wedding in half a month. She didn't want to complicate things because of this. Her head hurt. What should she do? Su Yinxian looked at herself in the mirror in pain. After about 5 minutes, She finally calmed down and dialed a number. A voice came from the phone. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service." She hung up the phone. Soon, she received a call from an unknown number. A man's deep voice came through. "I'm your godfather." "Godfather, what's the best way to get rid of a woman's child without getting into trouble?" "It's an accident. No one will know." Su Yinxian smiled. "Very good. I'll reward you with 2 million yuan. Within 5 days, find an assassin to help me get rid of the child in this woman's belly." She didn't want her to die for the time being. Since she wanted the child, she would destroy her. Only in this way would she suffer more. She sent Xia Dong's photo to the man nicknamed Godfather and reminded him, "As far as I know, there's a powerful person behind her. I hope your people can really do it without anyone knowing. Don't worry. I've been in this business for many years, and I've never failed." Godfather was an intelligence officer of an underground assassin organization. All the assassins in a city bought information and received tasks through him. As long as he released the task of the employer, a large number of assassins would come to him. Then he would choose an assassin to complete the task according to the employer's requirements. Of course, no matter whether the task was successful or not, Godfather would take 10% of the reward as commission. No one knew the real identity and face of Godfather. Su Yinxian didn't know either. She got his contact information by chance. Glamour Magazine, Chief Editor's Office. Xia Dong was busy preparing the report of this month. Her right hand habitually touched the cup and found that the tea inside was empty. So she said to Lilith through the internal line, "Lilith, please make a cup of tea for me." Lilith quickly came in. When she was about to go out with the teacup, she suddenly thought of something and asked mysteriously, "Chief Editor, have you had that in the past 2 days?" Xia Dong looked up blankly. "What?" Lilith smiled. "Your period." No." Lilith blinked. "That's good." Xia Dong didn't know what she was doing and didn't have time to ask, so she let her be. Soon, Lilith put the brewed tea on her right hand. Xia Dong was almost done preparing the documents, and the tea was cold. She picked it up and took a sip. It tasted different from the tea she was used to. She looked at the tea leaves in the teacup and saw that they were very thin red petals. Because she was pregnant, she paid special attention to her diet. When she saw that the tea leaves had changed, she called Lilith over to ask about it. "Lilith, what tea is this? It doesn't look like the kind I drink." Lilith smiled and said, "Chief Editor, this is saffron. It's good for a woman's health. I see that you don't look too good recently. Drinking saffron can replenish your blood, but people who are on their period and pregnant can't drink it. So I just asked if you were on your period." Xia Dong's hands trembled, and she almost overturned the teacup. Although she didn't know much about medicine, she still knew about saffron. In all the harem dramas, there would be concubines who would have a miscarriage because of this thing. Moreover, saffron was tens or even hundreds of times more potent than saffron. "Chief Editor, what's wrong with you? You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell?" Xia Dong forced a smile and said, "I've been suffering from insomnia recently, so I'm a little dizzy, but it's okay. I'll go to the hospital later to get some medicine." "Then hurry up. The afternoon meeting starts at 4 o'clock. You can still make it." "Okay, I'll go after I organize this document." Although she had only taken a sip, Xia Dong was still a little worried and decided to go to the hospital for a checkup. She frowned and said, "Lilith, saffron is a very precious herb. How did our editorial department get this?" Lilith smiled and said, "It was sent by a reader. I heard that she lives in Shangri-La. Her grandfather is a Tibetan doctor, so he sent us saffron and some small gifts. Everyone has one." "Chief Editor, wait a moment. I'll bring it to you." Lilith brought over a pillow and a small sachet, both of which were handmade in a typical Tibetan style. She explained with a smile, "This pillow is filled with dried herbs that help you sleep. It can relieve your insomnia. This small sachet is filled with their specialty spices. I heard that it has the effect of preventing miscarriage." "Chief Editor, smell it. It smells good." Xia Dong took the sachet and smelled it. The fragrance was not very strong, but made her feel refreshed. Since it had the effect of preventing miscarriage, she would carry it with her. Maybe it could alleviate the influence of saffron. She put the sachet into her handbag. Taking advantage of the lunch break, Xiaodong went to the hospital. Lin Shihao happened to have time and helped her do a checkup. He said that the fetus was normal and there was no problem. Xiaodong was relieved. She opened her handbag and put the checkup report in. A faint fragrance wafted out of the sachet. Lin Shihao frowned and asked, "What's this smell?" Xiaodong took out the sachet and handed it to him. "It's from this sachet. I heard that it has the effect of preventing miscarriage. Come and take a look." Xinwu 799. Chapter 100. Lin Shihao put it to his nose, closed his eyes, and sniffed it carefully. Suddenly, he stood up and strode out of the door. Xiaodong was puzzled. "Shihao, what are you doing?" After a minute, Lin Shihao came back. His face was a little pale as he said, "I threw away the sachet." Xiaodong was confused. "Why? What's wrong with that sachet?" Lin Shihao said seriously, "There's nothing wrong with the sachet itself, and the perfume inside does have the effect of preventing miscarriage. However, if this perfume is used together with saffron, it will cause a miscarriage. Didn't you say that you drank a sip of saffron at noon? So you have to throw away this sachet quickly. Otherwise, the child will be in danger." Xiaodong's back was covered in cold sweat. She was scared. "Fortunately, you found out. How do you know this perfume?" Lin Shihao explained, "My grandfather is an old Chinese medicine doctor. I learned a lot of pharmacology from him before. This perfume is extracted from kind of herb. Fortunately, I still remember the smell." Xiaodong was very glad. If it weren't for Lin Shihao, the child would have been in danger. Lin Shihao reminded her, "Be careful in the future. Don't touch those flowers and plants again. Everything has its opposite. If something that seems to be beneficial to the body is used together with something else, it may cause harm to the body." "I understand. I'll be more careful." "Shihao, thank you." Xiaodong decided that when she got back, she would get rid of the pillow with the herbs. These few days, Xiaodong felt that her luck was extremely bad. When she was driving, she almost collided with an oncoming truck. She hurriedly turned the steering wheel, but in the end, she still hit the guardrail on the side of the road. Fortunately, the airbag protected her body. Although she was shocked, she managed to adjust her emotions in time. The baby only gave her a stomachache because of his temper, but it was nothing serious. The BMW was damaged and sent for repair. The insurance agent arranged to meet Xiaodong at the cafe next to the company. When she took the elevator, a delivery man pushed a small cart and quickly squeezed in. The narrow space became even narrower with the help of the trolley. Xiaodong had nowhere to retreat, so she stayed close to the trolley. While the elevator was ascending, it suddenly shook, and the boxes stacked on top of the trolley fell toward her. She quickly caught the boxes with her hands, but the boxes below loosened and hit her abdomen. She quickly raised her leg and used the strength of her leg to block the box. "What's wrong with you? This miss was almost hit by your cart." The people around finally reacted and helped Xiaodong carry the box while scolding the delivery man. The delivery man apologized profusely. "Forget it. You didn't do it on purpose." Xiaodong sighed weakly and rubbed her knee that was hurting. Accidents happened one after another. Xiaodong went to the bathroom and almost fell on her face on the wax floor. Fortunately, she had practiced martial arts and was agile enough to grab the sink in time. When the light turned green and they crossed the sidewalk, someone rushed over and almost hit her in front of a speeding car. Because the BMW was being repaired, Zhang Dao had been driving her to and from work for the past few days. On this day, Xiaodong went downstairs and found that the driver had changed from Zhang Dao to Mika Kido. Xiaodong was pleasantly surprised. "Brother Shun, you're back from Japan. How's it going?" Beidang Shun's lips curled up. "I've already dealt with it. But why do you look so tired? Did you not sleep well?" Xiaodong did not tell anyone about the unlucky things that had happened recently, including the two children. She did not want them to be depressed. As soon as Mika Kido asked, she began to pour out her grievances. "I don't know what happened, but I've been very unlucky these past few days. I almost got into a car accident while driving, almost got hit by a falling box in the elevator, got hit by someone while walking, and almost fell down in the bathroom." Mika Kido's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his expression became serious. "Xia, tell me more about it." Affected by his emotions, Xia Dong also became serious and recounted the events of the past few days in detail. After Mika Keto listened, his expression became serious and his eyebrows were mixed with depression. He said slowly, Xia, I don't think these are accidents. It's very likely that someone did it. It was not like Xia Dong had never been schemed against before. She knew that someone was trying to harm her behind her back. After hearing what he said, she also felt that there were many suspicious points. Even the gift from the so-called readers of Shangri-La was starting to sound suspicious. What is this person's motive? Did they want to kill her? But some of the methods were too childish, such as waxing the floor. Did they expect her to fall to her death? No, wait. Xia Dong suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed excitedly, Children! Their target is children. Mika Keto's eyes flashed with admiration. He nodded and said, That's right. Since the saffron incident, the other party has been weaving a trap and waiting for you to jump into it. He was still a little scared and looked deeply at her. Fortunately, you have good skills and good luck. Xia, from today onwards, I will send someone to secretly protect you. He has learned ninjutsu and is very good at disguising and hiding. He will usually disguise himself as anyone and lurk around you. When you are in danger, he will immediately come out to protect you. His name is Lu Xing, and he will only listen to you. Xia Dong didn't know that Lu Xing was the best assassin in the Sanka group and had been sent by Mika Keto to protect her. Su Yinxian was furious and roared into the phone. It's been 5 days. You haven't completed the mission. Godfather, didn't you say that there would be no problem? Now that the mission has failed, how are you going to explain it? The man said in a low voice, Give me one more day. I promise to complete the mission. Su Yunxian sneered. What if it fails again? I won't take a single cent from the 2 million, and I'll give you a killing job. You can request a mission at any time. Okay, you have to keep your word. I, Godfather, have never ruined my own reputation. Just as the other party was about to hang up, Su Yunxian suddenly said, Wait, I suddenly changed my mind. I have a better way to deal with her. She lowered her voice and told him her plan. Then, she made a mysterious call and said in English, Darling, I want to borrow your bliss. The person on the other end of the phone said coldly, How do you know about the existence of bliss? She chuckled. Darling, don't be so nervous. Since we are already partners, you have to trust me. As long as you help me get rid of the person I don't like, I will naturally help you get what you want. In order to thank the community for their donations to Yutong Primary School, the Charity Foundation specially held a charity cocktail party. As the organizer of the event, Xia Dong was invited to attend the cocktail party. There were many famous people at the cocktail party, including Su Yunxian and Bailey Han. Su Yunxian was holding Bailey Han's arm. Su Yunxian was wearing a white evening gown, while Bailey Han was wearing a white tuxedo. They were a perfect match. Their arrival attracted everyone's attention. Xia Dong also followed the crowd's gaze and looked over. However, she only took a glance and looked away. Bailey Han immediately saw Xia Dong standing beside Mika Keto. She was wearing a dark purple off-shoulder evening gown. Her hair was combed into a bun with pearl hairpins and a pearl necklace around her slender neck, which perfectly complemented the pearl hairpins. Mika Keto lowered her head and whispered something to her. She smiled, and her eyes were like rippling waves. It was a beautiful sight. Bailey Han suddenly felt that this scene was a little dazzling, especially her smile. Han, please? Su Yinxian gently tugged at Bailey Han's arm. What did you just say? Bailey Han was in a daze and didn't hear her at all. Su Yinxian's eyes moved, and she smiled. I just said that I want to go over there and say hello to my friends. I'll come over to look for you later, okay? Okay. Bailey Han let go of her hand. Su Yinxian smiled and walked over to her friends. Bailey Han stood there in silence for a moment. Then he took a glass of wine from the waiter's tray and walked over to the balcony. Leaning against the balcony, he looked at the bustling night view and listened to the sounds of drinking in the hall. His heart was in a mess. He pinched his brows. It seemed that as long as he saw that woman, his heart would be in a mess. Did he really like her? After taking a sip of wine, Bailey Han's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. It didn't matter if he liked her or not. It was all in the past. He already had Yun Qian. He couldn't abandon her. Xia Dong and Mikakito stood together and chatted for a while. Then someone came over to greet Mikakito. Xia Dong knew that they were going to talk about something, so she took the initiative to walk away. She walked down the stairs and arrived at the courtyard. Sitting on a bench in the courtyard, she could see the bright moon in the sky. Xia Dong smiled and enjoyed this moment of tranquility. Suddenly, the sound of crying came from the grass in front of her. From the sound of it, it was a child. Xia Dong asked calmly, "Who's there?" The sound of crying suddenly stopped. There was the sound of rustling in the grass. Then, a small figure crawled out from the grass. With the help of the light, Xia Dong could see clearly that it was a child of 2 or 3 years old. His chubby arms were placed in front of his eyes as he wiped them back and forth. After about 10 seconds, the child stopped wiping his tears and babbled, "Mommy, Mommy," so it was a lost child. Her mother must be very anxious now. Xia Dong walked to the little girl and squatted down. She said gently, "I'm not your mommy, but I can take you to your mommy. Can you tell me your name?" The little girl shook her head. Her face was blank. Xia Dong asked again, "Then do you know your mommy's name?" The little girl smiled brightly. "Mommy." Xia Dong didn't give up. She stroked her soft hair and asked, "Baby, where did you come from? Maybe your mommy is over there." Pointed out to Annie. The little girl tilted her head and looked at her. After a while, she suddenly stretched out her arm and pointed in the direction of the hall. Xia Dong confirmed, "You came from there?" The little girl nodded. "Looks like your mommy is also here for the charity reception. Let's go find her together." It wasn't convenient for Xia Dong to carry her, so she let her walk beside her. She held her hand and pulled her up the stairs. She immediately ran excitedly towards the hall with her short legs. Xia Dong was worried that she would fall, so she followed closely behind her. As her gaze was fixed on the child, she didn't notice Bailey Han suddenly walking over from the balcony. The two almost collided, but Bailey Han took a step back and avoided her. She smiled embarrassedly. "Sorry." Bailey Han didn't say anything. His cold gaze fell on the little girl beside his leg. Awesome novel, Hongcha 866. Chapter 101. She took the initiative to explain, "It's a lost child. I'm taking her to look for her mommy." He nodded coldly and was about to leave when he realized that someone was tugging on his pants. He looked down and saw the little one looking up with a grin, her chubby little hand tugging on his pants. Baby, let go." Xia Dong quickly bent down and pried the little one's hand away. "Excuse me." Xia Dong nodded at Bailey Han. She wanted to leave with the child, but when she looked down, the child had already run away while she was talking. She followed and realized that the child had run to the washroom around the corner. Could it be that her mommy was in the washroom and she had snuck out while her mommy was in the washroom? Xia Dong entered the ladies' washroom with doubts. It was empty and there was no one inside. All the cubicle doors were closed. She called out tentatively, "Baby, where are you?" Just as she finished speaking, there was a knock from the last cubicle. She walked to the door and knocked. "Baby, are you in there?" The cubicle door suddenly opened a crack. Xia Dong reached out to push it open. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly felt a pain in the back of her head and her vision turned black. She gritted her teeth and held onto the wall for support. No, it was her child. She couldn't fall. "Help!" Just as she was about to speak, a large hand covered her mouth tightly from behind. It hugged her body and dragged her into the cubicle behind her. Her head hurt and her consciousness started to blur. She vaguely saw the last cubicle door open with a creak. A woman in a cleaner's uniform walked out from inside. Beside her feet stood the little girl. Xia Dong couldn't hold on any longer. She finally closed her eyes and fell into the arms of the person behind her. The moment Xia Dong chased the little girl to the ladies' washroom, a man wearing black-rimmed glasses also strolled over. His steps seemed leisurely, but his speed was extremely fast. He was Xia Dong's personal bodyguard. Lu Xing stood in the corridor of the ladies' washroom and waited quietly. From an outsider's perspective, they would think that he was waiting for his female companion. 2 minutes passed, but Xia Dong still hadn't come out. His eyes under the meteor glasses suddenly flashed, and he rushed into the bathroom. The one who screamed was the cleaner. You pervert, this is the ladies' room. Lu Xing turned a deaf ear to him and quickly checked every cubicle. Every cubicle was empty. He grabbed the cleaner's collar, and his cold eyes were filled with anger. Did you see a woman in a purple evening gown? No. I'm the only one here. The cleaner's face was full of horror as he shrank his neck. You're still lying. She hasn't gone out since she walked into the bathroom. If you've been cleaning here, how could you not have seen her? Lu Xing grabbed her neck. If you don't tell the truth, I'll take your life. The cleaner cried in horror. They warned me not to say it out loud. Who are they? No, I don't know them. Lu Xing's eyes narrowed dangerously, and he increased the strength of his hand. The cleaner's face turned purple, and tears flowed out of her eyes. I'll say it. I beg you. Lu Xing slightly relaxed the strength of his hand. The cleaner coughed and said, just now, 2 men in black suddenly jumped out of the cubicle and kidnapped the lady you were talking about. She pointed to the last 2 cubicles. It's there. Where did they leave from? Lu Xing had been guarding the door. They couldn't have passed through there. No, I don't know. The cleaner covered her face in fear. They pointed a gun at me. I closed my eyes and didn't dare to look. When I opened my eyes, they were gone. Lu Xing's sharp eyes quickly swept across the empty washroom and finally fell on the nearly 2-meter-high window. The window glass was pushed open. Did they escape from there? He pushed the cleaner away, climbed up the window, and jumped down from the 2-meter-high position. There was a soft lawn below, and there were messy footprints on the lawn. He quickly analyzed that there was a path here that led to the back door of the hotel. It seemed that they had indeed chosen this path. Lu Xing turned the sound sensor on his wrist and reported in a low voice, Boss, something bad has happened. Miss Xia has been kidnapped. They went through the back door. Mika Keto was chatting with a client when she suddenly heard Lu Xing's voice. Her expression changed, and she said sorry to the client and left quickly. As she walked, she informed Jiang Dao, send people to block all the exits of the hotel. Don't let anyone leave. Just as Lu Xing jumped out of the window, the cleaner picked up the black garbage bag and put it on the trolley. She calmly pushed the trolley into the staff elevator, went down to the basement, and moved the garbage bag out through the staff passageway. She looked back from afar and saw a group of men in black blocking all the exits of the hotel. They were checking the cars and guests entering and leaving one by one. The hotel manager was standing at the door, bowing and apologizing to the guests. She curled her lips and revealed a strange smile. There was a truck full of garbage parked by the roadside. Seeing her coming, a bearded man who looked like a driver jumped out of the truck and helped her carry the black garbage bag. He was about to throw the garbage bag into the truck, but the cleaner quickly stopped him. White Tiger, be careful. The client said very clearly that we have to protect the child in her belly. F***, this is so troublesome. I don't know what the client is thinking. The bearded man put the garbage bag into the truck while cursing. Stop complaining. They have a reward of 2 million yuan. All right, now is not the time to talk. We have to send her out of the city tonight. The cleaner nimbly jumped into the truck and took off his hat, revealing his black hair. The bearded man also got into the truck, started the engine, and drove into another street in the blink of an eye. He looked sideways at the woman beside him, chewing gum in his mouth. Suzaku, you're really something. You can kidnap the hostage under the noses of so many people. No wonder you're one of the top 3 killers in a city. Suzaku said calmly. White Tiger, we can't be careless. You saw just now. Mika Keto is not a simple person. He can gather so many men to search the hotel in just a few minutes. To be honest, I'm a little worried about whether we can leave the city smoothly. The bearded man was full of confidence. Don't worry. Kidnapping and killing are your specialties. Escaping is also my specialty. I've arranged all the checkpoints. Suzaku patted his shoulder in appreciation. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That's why I've always chosen a partner with you. One killed people, and the other designed escape routes. They cooperated seamlessly and had never failed. The truck passed through many checkpoints smoothly and drove out of the downtown area of the city. Before entering the highway, they changed into a high-performance car. The garbage truck was abandoned on the road. Anyway, it was stolen from the garbage station, so they didn't feel bad about it all. The car drove on the provincial road at lightning speed. In the back seat, Suzaku opened the black garbage bag and slowly pulled it down, revealing Xiaodong's face. Suzaku touched her nose and shouted at the bearded man in the driver's seat, "White Tiger, you're too cruel. This woman is still unconscious." White Tiger raised his voice. "Isn't that good? If she wakes up, it'll be troublesome on the road." Vermilion Bird shook her head and helped Xiaodong lie down on the seat. First, she took out a pair of rubber gloves and put them on. Then, she rummaged under the seat and pulled out a small metal box. Inside the small metal box was a row of small potion bottles. The potion bottles contained a transparent liquid. She shook the small bottle and used a syringe to suck out all the liquid inside. Then, she raised Xiaodong's arm and injected all the liquid in the syringe into Xiaodong's body. White Tiger saw her action through the mirror and asked curiously, "What's that?" Suzaku skillfully packed the small metal box. "I don't know. The client asked my godfather to send it over." White Tiger shrugged. "I guess it's not something good," Suzaku interrupted him. "Put away your curiosity. In order to live longer, it's better to know less about this kind of thing." She put the small metal box back to its original place and put on a disguise. She rested her hands behind her head and said lazily, "White Tiger, after this job, I plan to find a small island for a vacation. I'll come back after the news dies down." White Tiger laughed. "That's really like you. But let's wait until we get the money." The car sped in the night, and the scenery on both sides of the road flashed by quickly. 2 hours had passed in City A, but Mikakito and the others still had not found Xiaodong's whereabouts. The surveillance cameras outside the hotel had been tampered with and did not record anything. All the exits, including the staff's private passageways, were searched, but no suspicious person was found. Lu Xing was shocked and realized that he had overlooked something. The whole incident flashed through his mind quickly, starting from when Xiaodong and Boss parted ways and walked to the atrium, then back to the ladies' bathroom. And that, Lu Xing rushed to the hotel manager. "Give me the information of all the staff in your hotel." Okay. The hotel manager hurriedly ordered the personnel department. Soon, someone turned on the computer and pulled up all the staff's information. Lu Xing moved the mouse and quickly browsed through it. Finally, his gaze fell on the cleaner's column. He pointed at a person's photo and said, "Call this person over." Okay. Someone immediately obeyed the order and left. After a few minutes, that person hurriedly ran over. "Manager," the cleaner fainted in the changing room. "Get her over here." 2 hotel staff helped the unconscious cleaner over. Lu Xing touched her nose and checked her head. His face darkened. It was obvious that she had been knocked out from behind. He took out the medicine to wake her up and applied it to her nose. She quickly woke up and was startled. "Who are you?" "Don't care who I am. Let me ask you, 2 hours ago, did you enter the ladies' bathroom in the lobby?" "No, what happened?" "I remember that when I was changing my clothes, my head suddenly hurt, and I don't know anything after that." Lu Xing checked the cleaner's wardrobe and found that her uniform was missing. It was obvious that someone had knocked her out, changed her clothes, and disguised as her to kidnap Miss Xia in the bathroom. And the cleaner he saw in the bathroom was someone else in disguise. Damn it. He actually listened to her and chased after her from the back door. It must have been at that time that the killer escaped with Miss Xia. After deducing all this, Lu Xing was filled with guilt. He bowed in front of Mikakito. "Boss, I fell into the enemy's trap and caused Miss Xia to be kidnapped. Please punish me." Awesome novel, Shinwoo 799. Chapter 102. Mikakito swept his gaze across the room. Other than the hotel manager, everyone else had been kicked out. Mikakito did not look at Lu Xing. Instead, he walked up to the manager and said with a cold look in his eyes, "You know the consequences if what happened today gets out." The manager bowed in fear. Yes. I won't say a word." "Very good. Keep your employees' mouths shut. Otherwise, I'll turn this hotel into ruins." Mikakito's expression was cold. The manager nodded fiercely. After Mikakito gave him the signal, he ran away in fear. In the end, only Mikakito and Lu Xing were left in the lobby. Lu Xing was still bowing when Mikakito suddenly grabbed his wrist. With a crack, the bones in his wrist were broken. His left hand hung limply. Lu Xing's expression was normal as he said, "Thank you for showing mercy, boss." Mikakito said coldly, "Inform everyone to search the entire city. Also, make sure that news of Xia Xia's disappearance doesn't leak out." "Yes." Lu Xing bowed respectfully. When Mikakito returned to Xia Dong's apartment, it was already late at night. He thought that the children were already asleep, but he did not expect to see the two little rascals huddled on the sofa, watching cartoons and waiting for him. "Uncle Shun," Xiao Guai called out happily. "You're back. Hey, where's Mommy?" Mikakito changed his shoes and walked to the sofa to sit down. He said gently, "Your mommy has something to do at the last minute and has to go on a business trip. She'll be back in a few days." Xiao Guai's face fell in disappointment. "Why didn't Mommy tell us?" "Bad Mommy." Xiao Bao's black eyes stared at Mikakito without blinking. Suddenly, he grinned and stroked his sister's hair. "Xiao Guai, Mommy didn't do it on purpose. Don't blame her. It's getting late. You should sleep. Big brother will take you to your room, okay?" Okay. Xiao Guai placed her little hand in her brother's and waved at Mikakito. "Good night, Uncle Shun." Mikakito bent down and kissed her cheek. "Good night." After a while, Xiao Bao came out of Xiao Guai's room, jumped onto the sofa, and walked over to Mikakito. "Uncle Shun, can you tell me the truth now? Where did Mom go?" Mikakito looked at him seriously. "Xiao Bao, your mommy did have something to do. She went on a business trip. Like hell I'd believe you. Mom would never disappear for no reason. Even if she went on a business trip at the last minute, she would still call us to tell us where she was." Xiao Bao had an expression that said, "Go on, go on." Mikakito rubbed her eyebrows. The child was too smart. It was troublesome. He patted his young shoulder. "Actually, your mommy is in a bit of trouble. She's been kidnapped." "What?" Xiao Bao jumped up in shock and cried out. "Who'll be so bold?" No, that's not the main point. Is Mom in danger? Are there any clues about the kidnappers?" "Xiao Bao, don't worry. We're investigating. Trust me, we'll have news about your mommy soon. I won't let her get hurt." Mikakito held his shoulder and said seriously. Xiao Bao's snow-white teeth bit his lower lip tightly. His little face scrunched up as he tried to calm down. However, he was a 4-year-old child after all. How could he not be worried when the person closest to him was kidnapped? His eyes turned red and tears fell from his eyes as he started to cry. "Uncle Shun, do you think Mommy will be in danger? I'm so scared." Mikakito pulled him into her arms. Her voice was soft but firm. "No, I won't let your mommy be in danger." Although she had made this promise in front of the child, after a night, her subordinates still hadn't found any useful information. They couldn't trace Xia Dong's phone signal either. Although Mikakito appeared calm on the surface, she was actually burning with anxiety. In the study, Mikakito's face was gloomy. "Lu Xing, who did Xia come into contact with last night?" Lu Xing's fractured wrist had already been bandaged. He recounted all the people Xia Dong came into contact with last night, as well as the details. Mikakito heard that before Xia Dong went missing, she was chasing a little girl and bumped into Bailey Han. Mikakito frowned. That little girl might have been deliberately arranged by the kidnappers to lower Xia's guard and lure her into a trap. "Do you still remember what she looked like?" Lu Xing nodded and took the pen and paper from Jiang Dao. With just a few strokes, she sketched a portrait of the little girl on the paper. Mikakito waved her hand. Jiang Dao passed down the order. "Get everyone to search for the little girl's whereabouts." One of her subordinates knocked on the door hurriedly and walked in. "Boss, we've questioned all the hotel staff. Witnesses said they saw a cleaner pushing a garbage cart out of the hotel." Mikakito was shocked. "Send someone to check all the garbage trucks in the hotel area. Ask around at the garbage recycling station." The subordinate obeyed and left. Lu Xing hesitated for a moment and said, "Boss, maybe we can ask Bailey Han. He was the last person Miss Xia saw before she went missing." At that time, The little girl even grabbed his pants and smiled at him as if she knew him. Before she could finish her sentence, Mika Keto had already flashed past her like lightning and disappeared at the door. Mika Keto's heart pounded wildly. Was it Bailey Han who did it? He was about to marry Su Yunxian. Did he want to get rid of Xia Dong because he found out that she was pregnant? At the door of the conference room of Shanghao Group, Linda anxiously stopped the aggressive Mika Keto. Mr. Beitang, you can't go in. The president is in a meeting. Beitang Shun suddenly exerted force and pushed her away. With a kick of his long leg, the door of the conference room opened with a bang. He stood at the entrance of the conference room like a black-faced thunder god. Everyone present at the meeting turned to look at him. They were stunned, shocked, and confused. All kinds of gazes were intertwined with each other. Linda was crying and kept apologizing. I'm sorry, President. I couldn't stop him. Bailey Han looked at Mika Keto coldly. Mr. Beitang, you'd better have a reasonable explanation. This is my explanation. Beitang Shin suddenly rushed over, brandished his fist, and heavily smashed it towards Qin Chao's face. Fortunately, Bailey Han nimbly dodged and avoided the fate of having his nose broken. Unfortunately, his laptop didn't escape this disaster. With a loud bang, it was swept to the ground by the force of his punch. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Then, they quickly reacted. When Bailey Han said, "Today's meeting will end here," they immediately scattered like birds and beasts and rushed out. Only Mika Keto and Bailey Han were left in the conference room. Mika Keto punched again and was furious. Bailey Han, you bastard. How could you hurt Xia Xia like this? Bailey Han quickly grabbed his fist, and his eyes were filled with anger. Mika Keto, what is the meaning of this? Are you still playing dumb? Mika Keto didn't manage to hit him and raised his leg to sweep at his lower body. Bailey Han blocked his attack with one leg. The two of them were evenly matched. After more than 10 moves, the chairs in the conference room were knocked over and they were in a sorry state. The two of them held each other's arms, their murderous gazes intertwined, sparks flying. Their faces were injured and their hair was messy, but their auras were fierce and overbearing as they stared fiercely at each other. Mika Keto gritted her teeth. Bailey Han, admit it. You kidnapped Xia Xia. Bailey Han's face darkened. Mika Keto, explain yourself. What happened? Mika Keto sneered. You're still playing dumb. Last night, Xia Xia was kidnapped from the charity reception. Other than you, who else in City A could have done it without anyone knowing? It must be you. You thought she was a threat to your marriage with Su Yunxian. So you did this to her. Bailey Han's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Xia Dong, she was kidnapped? Mika Keto pressed his arms against his neck and said angrily, Don't think I'll believe you just because you're pretending to be innocent. Bailey Han resisted the pressure on his neck and forcefully pushed his arm in front of him. He said coldly, Whether you believe it or not, I didn't do it. Instead of having time to force me to confess, why don't you quickly send people to find her whereabouts? Mika Keto's eyes were red and filled with murderous intent. Do you think I don't want to find her? But damn it, I don't have a clue. Let go of me, and I can help you. Bailey Han stared into his eyes. I'll say it again. Her kidnapping has nothing to do with me. What's the matter with that child? Which child? Last night, Xia Xia chased a little girl into the bathroom. Then she was kidnapped. It's obvious that the little girl was bait. My men saw the little girl holding on to your trousers and smiling at you. What else do you want to say? The veins on Bailey Han's forehead throbbed, and he couldn't help but swear. How the F***CK would I know why that child was holding on to my trousers? Damn it, I've said it many times. I have nothing to do with the kidnapping. Mika Keto stared into his eyes. He couldn't see any lies in his eyes, but he still couldn't trust him completely. He slowly withdrew his arms and said, Help me find the clues within 24 hours. Otherwise, I'll treat you as the mastermind and show no mercy. Bailey Han flung his hands away angrily. He straightened his clothes and said coldly, I'll give you 10 minutes to tell me what happened. Also, tell me the current situation of the investigation. Mika Keto's face darkened. He held back his anger and told them what happened. Bailey Han frowned and suddenly asked, "Did you ask your men to check the checkpoints out of the city?" The kidnappers might have already left the city. Mika Kito's eyes narrowed. That's right. They had been focusing on the city and had neglected the possibility of leaving the city. He immediately informed Jiang Dao to expand the search area. Bailey Han shook his head. It would be more convenient if the police were involved in this matter. It's all up to the mafia. If this gets out of hand, you'll get into trouble. No, once the police get involved, they might alert the kidnappers. If the kidnappers are angered, they'll do something to Xia Xia. Mika Kito was willing to put himself in danger for Xia Dong's safety. Bailey Han couldn't help but look at him. An hour later, Mika Kito's men came back with news. Boss, a garbage truck was found on the hillside at the entrance of the provincial highway. According to the garbage station, the truck was stolen last night. Mika Kito analyzed calmly. It must have been left behind by the kidnappers. There are 4 entrances to the provincial highway, each leading to 4 different provinces. Send some people to search these provinces. Awesome novel, Shinwu 799. Chapter 103. Bailey Han pondered for a moment and said, I have contacts in 2 of the provinces. I will ask them to help investigate in secret. Mika Kito nodded. When Xia Dong woke up, her head hurt. She frowned and opened her eyes. The next moment, she suddenly jumped up from the bed and looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. This was a house with mud walls. The low roof was covered with tiles. When she looked up, she could see bits and pieces of light shining in. If it was raining, it would definitely leak. This was the first time she saw what it meant to have 4 bare walls. In this room, there was nothing except for the shabby wooden bed, a small wooden table, and a small wooden stool. She couldn't help but laugh coldly. Did she transmigrate? Or did she transmigrate into the recently popular farming novels? She touched her face and body. Fortunately, she was still herself. She patted her forehead and slowly recalled. Finally, she remembered that she had chased a little girl to the washroom. Then, she was knocked unconscious by the person hiding in the cubicle. After that, she came to this strange place. She touched her stomach with both hands. It was very stable and normal. The baby in her stomach should be fine. She realized that she was wearing a shabby floral shirt. It looked a little like a fabric from the 80s. Her legs were a little sore, as if she had gone through a long journey. Xia Dong rubbed her legs, then turned over and got out of bed. She walked to the shabby wooden door and pushed it. She wanted to go out, but the wooden door was locked from the outside. After pushing for a long time, she could only hear the clanking of the iron lock. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Xia Dong shouted as she pushed the door open. Soon, she heard hurried footsteps, followed by the sound of the door being unlocked. The door opened, and a man with messy hair and an unshaven beard stood at the door. The man was wearing shabby clothes, and his pants were rolled up to his knees. He was barefoot, and his feet were covered in mud. The man looked to be in his 30s. His skin was very dark, and he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Wife, you're finally awake. You scared me to death. The man spoke in a dialect, so Xia Dong couldn't understand him at all. She was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, Brother, I don't understand what you're saying. Do you speak Mandarin? The man chuckled even more happily. Slapping his thigh with his large hand, he turned sideways and happily shouted in a certain direction, Mother, my wife is awake. The slave didn't lie to me. My wife is really from the city. Before Xia Dong could figure out what he was so happy about, an old woman in her 70s or 80s walked over shakily with a walking stick. She squinted her old eyes and sized up Xia Dong from head to toe. She kept nodding her head. This girl is very pretty. Big breasts and a big butt. She can give birth to a son. Xia Dong was flustered by the old woman's gaze. She smiled awkwardly and said, Grandma, do you understand what I'm saying? The old woman stretched her ears to listen to her. Xia Dong saw that the old woman was listening so seriously and thought that she understood what she meant. She looked at her expectantly. Grandma, may I ask where this place is? The old woman listened for a while before she suddenly laughed out loud. She patted the man standing next to her. Fuguwei, this girl is speaking the city dialect. It's so nice. Yes, mother. This wife is worth it. I didn't sell those two big white pigs for nothing. Isn't that so? Fuguwei, you and your wife will consummate the marriage tonight. Mother wants to hold a big fat grandson so badly. The old woman smiled as she stared at Xiaodong. She mumbled something that Xiaodong couldn't understand. Xiaodong felt helpless. She could tell that this old woman should be the man's mother. The two of them were speaking the local dialect. Unfortunately, she couldn't understand a word, and the two of them couldn't understand her Mandarin at all. After talking for so long, the two of them couldn't understand each other at all. Xiaodong thought for a while and said, "This big brother and this old granny, oh no, this Annie, I don't know if you saved me, but I'm very grateful to you. When I get home, I'll definitely repay you." She didn't know if they could understand her. After saying this, Xiaodong bowed to the two of them to express her gratitude and was about to leave. But she had just taken a few steps and hadn't even walked out of the room when she was stopped by the man called Fuguwei. He grabbed her arm and pushed her into the room without any explanation. He slammed the door shut. Xiaodong was dumbfounded. When she came back to her senses, she rushed to the door and banged on it. Open the door, and let me out." She shouted loudly for more than 10 minutes, but no one paid any attention to her. She finally understood that even if she shouted until her voice was hoarse, they wouldn't let her leave. She didn't know if they were in cahoots with the kidnappers or why they had locked her up here. She only knew that she had to leave this place and go home. She sized up the dilapidated house and thought of a way to escape. The roof was about 3 meters high. Even if she stood on the bed, she wouldn't be able to reach the roof. There were no ropes in the room, either. It was almost impossible to escape through the roof. There were no windows in the room. The only exit was that door. She sat by the bed and thought of an escape strategy. She didn't know how long had passed. Suddenly, the sound of the iron lock being unlocked was heard. The door was pushed open slightly, and a bowl of noodles was passed through the gap. Then, the door was tightly shut. His stomach began to growl. Xiaodong rubbed her stomach helplessly. She walked over and picked up the bowl of noodles. There were no side dishes. The noodles were cooked very mushy and stuck together. She lost her appetite just by looking at it. But for the sake of the child in her stomach, she had to eat it. Xiaodong frowned. She finished the noodles in small bites and put the bowl back at the door. After a while, she heard the sound of the iron lock being unlocked. The door was opened slightly again. A hand reached in and took away the bowl and chopsticks. She guessed that there was someone watching her outside the door. After a few minutes, she knocked on the door. "Open the door. I want to go to the toilet." "Open the door." After calling for a long time, no one paid attention to her. She held her stomach and cried out in pain. "Ouch! Open the door. I can't take it anymore." Xiaodong's guess was right. There was someone watching her outside the door. Fu Guwei peeked through the gap and said to the old lady who was weeding in a vegetable garden, "Mother, my wife is holding her stomach and screaming so loudly. Will something happen?" The old lady rolled her eyes and shouted, "What can happen? She must want to go to the toilet. Bring the pail of urine in." "Oh, okay." Fu Guwei ran to the toilet in a panic and ran back with a wooden pail. He peeked through the gap in the door and saw Xiaodong squatting on the ground, moaning in pain. He opened the door with the key and brought the wooden pail in. "Wife, this pail of urine is for you. If you want to go to the toilet, you can do it in here." Fu Guwei put the wooden pail in a corner and walked over to help Xiaodong. She stood up with the help of his arm. Seeing that she was fine, he grinned and scratched his head. "Wife, go to the toilet first. I'm going out." Although she didn't understand what he was saying, she still nodded. Fu Guwei was so happy that he laughed twice and turned to go out. Xiaodong's eyes flashed. Now was the time. She quickly raised her right hand and struck at the back of his head. Fu Guwei screamed and fainted with a bang. Xiaodong was not in a hurry to escape. She walked to the door and carefully poked her head out to check. She found that it was a simple and crude small courtyard. In front of the house was a vegetable field. The old lady she saw earlier was bending over to weed in the field. Other than Fu Guwei, who was lying in the room, there was no one else. She relaxed and ran out of the courtyard when the old lady wasn't paying attention. After leaving the courtyard, she found that she was in a very remote village. There were dilapidated mud walls and tiled houses everywhere. Weeds grew on both sides of the path. She didn't know which direction to go, so she randomly picked a path that looked relatively wide and ran along the path. She covered her stomach and didn't dare to run too fast. When she saw someone passing by, she lowered her head and slowed down, afraid that she would be caught by the kidnappers again. After walking for nearly half an hour, Xiao Dong finally saw a bumpy road. At this moment, a hand-guided tractor rumbled over. She ran over and waved with all her might. "Master, stop the car. Please stop." The tractor stopped. The driver was a man in his 30s or 40s. His eyes weren't big, and he looked like he was smiling. He seemed to be very easy to talk to. Xiao Dong quickly said, "Master, I want to go to the city. Can you tell me how to get there?" "Go to the city?" The man spoke in Mandarin for the first time. Although it was a little clumsy, Xiao Dong could understand. She nodded excitedly. Yes. Master, I want to go to the city. How should I get there?" The man's gaze looked her up and down, making her feel very uncomfortable. She couldn't help but frown. The man seemed to feel her uneasiness and displeasure. He smiled. "I happen to want to go to the city, too. Why don't I give you a ride?" "Really?" Xiao Dong was so excited that her eyes shone. "Thank you so much." The man smiled. "Get in the car." "Okay, thank you, master." Xiao Dong climbed into the car. The tractor rumbled on. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, Xiao Dong felt that something was wrong. The direction they were heading in was the direction she had escaped in. Although one was a road and the other was a small path, they were heading in the same direction. Xiao Dong shouted, "Master, stop the car." The man driving the tractor turned a deaf ear and continued to drive the tractor with a rumbling sound. The uneasiness in Xiao Dong's heart grew stronger and stronger. She felt that the man was lying to her. She shouted, "Stop the car. If you don't stop the car, I'll jump down from here." The man finally reacted. He turned around to look at Xiao Dong and chuckled. "Miss, the city is still far away. Don't worry." Xiao Dong's face turned cold. "I'm not going to the city. Put me down." "How can that be? I promised to send you to the city, so I must send you there. Cut the crap and stop the car." Xiao Dong climbed to the side of the tractor and made a gesture of jumping down. "Stop the car, or I'll really jump down." Although the distance was not high and the tractor was not fast, there were a lot of gravel on the road. If she jumped down, she would inevitably sprain and bruise. Don't be impulsive. I'll stop immediately." When the man saw that she was serious, he rolled his eyes and slowly slowed down. He didn't stop the car until he arrived in front of a farmer's yard. As soon as the car stopped, Xiao Dong got out of the car and was about to leave. Powerful novel Hong Cha 866. Chapter 104. The man jumped down from the tractor and quickly ran up to grab her wrist. He shouted in dialect, "Kong Lauer, come out quickly." The wife that Wang Fugui bought ran away. "Come out quickly and catch her." "Let go of me." Xiao Dong grabbed the man's wrist and threw him over her shoulder. Xiao Dong held her stomach and started to run. Before she could run 2 steps, she heard the courtyard door open. She turned her head and saw a group of people running out with ropes and sticks. They were chasing after her. She gritted her teeth and increased her speed. If it was any other time, she would definitely be able to shake off this group of people with her speed. However, she was pregnant now and did not dare to run too fast. After running for a few hundred meters, she was surrounded by the group of people. "Why are you running? No matter how fast you run, you can't run out of our village. Let me tell you, you can forget about going out for the rest of your life. Just obediently live with Wang Fugui." The man who drove the tractor followed her and surrounded her. He held his sore cheek and said in broken Mandarin, "What do you mean? Who is Wang Fugui? Why should I live with him?" Xiao Dong asked as she quietly looked around. There were a total of 3 men and 2 women surrounding her. They were all holding ropes and sticks in their hands. It seemed that if she resisted, they would hit her head with the sticks. "Wang Fugui, the man who bought you. You are now his wife." Xiao Dong's body stiffened. You mean I was kidnapped? My sister-in-law and I were also abducted by human traffickers. The men here couldn't get a wife, so they finally bought one. They treat their wives well. Don't worry, Wang Fugue is famous in the village for being an honest man. He will definitely treat you well. Xiaodong's mind was buzzing. She did not hear what the woman said. When she came back to her senses, her hands were already tied. The tall woman was still comforting her. Sister, don't be sad. At first, I couldn't accept it and ran away a few times. My second brother never hit me once and even begged me to live with him. In the end, my heart died and I gave birth to a fat boy for him. Look, we are living well now. Xiaodong shook her head. No, big sister, listen to me. I can't stay here. I still have family in a city. And before she could say the word child, she was interrupted by the woman. Who doesn't have family? We all have family members who were kidnapped and sold here. But aren't husbands and children family members? When you think it through, Wang Fugue will definitely take you home to see your family. Xiaodong lowered her voice and begged her. Big sister, I beg you. Save me. I really can't stay here. Hey, sister, don't blame me for being ruthless. I've been through it too. I understand your pain, but I can't help you. Most of the men in this village are single. It's not easy to buy a wife. If I really let you go, I'll become the enemy of the entire village. My husband will beat me to death. Xiaodong still wanted to say something, but the woman pushed her directly in front of Kong Lao. Lauer, you, Lauer, and Li Daju send this girl to Wang Fugue's house. I won't go. I'm afraid I'll be soft-hearted if she begs me. Li Daju was the man who drove the tractor. Xiaodong was pushed forward by two men by her arms. She did not give up and turned back to shout, big sister, I beg you. Help me. The woman turned her back to her and silently returned to her courtyard. Looking at the familiar path under her feet and the familiar simple courtyard in front of her, Xiaodong almost lost all hope. But when she thought of the child in her belly and Xiao Guai and Xiao Bao, who were thousands of miles away, she became determined again. She must escape. From the woman's words, she analyzed that the whole village accepted the abduction of women. Without a map and a detailed plan, even if she escaped from Wang Fugue's house, she would not be able to escape the village. Wang Fugue was knocked unconscious by Xiaodong and had not yet woken up. The old lady found that the daughter-in-law she bought was missing. She was so anxious that she jumped. Just as she called a few neighbors to go out and look for her, her daughter-in-law was sent back and thanked her gratefully. It's a blind date in the village. Don't thank me. Granny Fong. Watch her closely in the future. Don't let her run away again. Kong Lauer reminded her and helped Granny Fong lock Xiaodong in the room. Granny Fong thanked them again and brought out the tea she brewed. The three of them sat in the courtyard and chatted. As they chatted, Wang Fugue woke up. He heard that his daughter-in-law had run away and stopped Li Daju's tractor. Li Daju called the Kong brothers to catch her and thanked them profusely. Li Daju smiled despite the pain from the fall. Fugue, that daughter-in-law of yours is quite strong. Be careful and don't get hit by her. Look at my injury. It was caused by her. Kong Lauer sighed. Didn't the slave trader say that there was something wrong with her head? I think she must have fallen ill. The people outside were chatting in a language that Xiaodong did not understand. She sat at the head of the bed and felt that something was wrong with her body. It was as if there were thousands of little insects gnawing on her flesh and bone marrow. It was itchy and painful. Her hands and feet began to tremble, and her whole body trembled. Her eyes were sore, and her nose was itchy and spicy. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes, and mucus flowed from her nose like clear water. There was no tissue in the room, so she could only use her sleeves to wipe her tears and mucus. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not wipe them clean. Her body was itchy, painful, and numb. She hugged her head and screamed in pain. Ah, it's so uncomfortable. She lay on the bed in pain. She wanted to roll around to relieve the pain, but there was still a trace of consciousness in her mind. She could not hurt her child. She absolutely could not. Ah, it hurts. Xiaodong's fingers clenched the bedboard tightly as she endured the bone-chilling pain. Her head began to spin, and her vision began to blur. However, the pain and discomfort in her body became clearer. The pain in her limbs and bones were transmitted to her mind. Painful screams kept coming out of the room. Wang Fugue jumped up from his stool. He wanted to go into the room to take a look, but Granny Fong stopped him. That woman is full of tricks. She must be trying to coax you again. You're not allowed to go. Mother, the slave said that she has a mental illness. What if she has a relapse? Mother, just let me go in and take a look. Kong Lauer said, Granny Fong, Fugue is right. I heard her scream so miserably. Maybe she really has a relapse. Li Dezhu said, yes, Granny Fong. Ask Fugue to open the door. We will go in together. Even if she plays tricks, we won't be afraid. Granny Fong thought about it and agreed. What if something happened to the daughter-in-law that she had bought with great difficulty? It was better to go in and take a look. The door opened, and the 5 of them went in together. Some of them were holding sticks, while others were holding ropes. Xia Dong, who was lying on the bed, was in so much pain that she was sweating profusely. Her whole body was trembling, and her hands and feet were beginning to spasm and twitch. Li Dezhu slapped his thigh. Oh no, Fugue. It seems that your wife is really sick. Hurry up and find the thing that the slave gave you. Okay. Wang Fugue was an honest man. When he heard this, he ran out in a hurry. After a while, he came back with a small metal box. Hurry up, take the thing out. Wang Fugue opened the metal box. There were 10 small medicine bottles and 10 disposable syringes inside. He scratched his head anxiously. This thing, I don't know how to do it. Don't panic, I know how to use it. I used to give my mother an injection before. Kong Lauer squatted down and took a disposable syringe. He inserted it into the small medicine bottle and absorbed all the medicine in the bottle into the syringe. Then he asked someone to lift Xia Dong's sleeve and slowly inject the medicine into her body. Xia Dong's body was so uncomfortable that it was about to explode. In a daze, she heard someone come in. Then, she felt a sharp pain in her arm, and a cold liquid flowed into her body. Xia Dong felt her hearing and vision become blurry. Beautiful flowers bloomed in her mind. In the beautiful wilderness, she ran hand in hand with the children. The scene changed to her and Mika Kido sitting side by side on the beach in Hokkaido. His smile was so gentle and charming that she laughed along with him. She heard the sound of the tide crashing on the beach. After some time, the person sitting beside her turned into Bailey Han. Bailey Han looked at her coldly. He called her a liar. She felt terrible, so she squatted on the ground and sobbed. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her body. A gentle voice called her name, Xia Xia, Xia Xia. Wang Fugue and the others gathered around the bed. They saw that Xia Dong's face was abnormally red. She closed her eyes and laughed one moment and cried the next. Wang Fugue said worriedly, why do I feel that she's even crazier after giving her the injection? Li Dezhu patted him on the shoulder. Rin Yako said that this is the only medicine that can cure her madness. Don't worry. Let's wait a little longer. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Xia Dong finally calmed down. She didn't cry or laugh and fell into a deep sleep. Okay, everything's fine now. Wang Fugue heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the 3 of them. 3 p.m. in the study. Mika Kido sat on the sofa. His handsome face was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. He exuded a powerful aura that made the people around him shiver. Bailey Han, who was sitting opposite him, didn't look any better. He looked like the black face god, full of murderous intent. Mika Kido stared at Jiang Dao maliciously. What are you guys doing? It's been 36 hours, and you still haven't found Xia Xia's whereabouts. Jiang Dao bowed deeply. I'm sorry for my incompetence. Please punish me, boss. We'll talk about the punishment later. The most important thing now is to find Xia Xia. Mika Kido pursed his thin lips, and his eyes emitted a terrifying light. We have to find her at all costs. Our brothers have split into 2 groups and are scattered in the 2 provinces. They've obtained the road surveillance cameras along the way and are analyzing and tracking the suspicious vehicles. At this moment, Bailey Han received a call. After ending the call, he said with a sullen face, good news. The Transportation Bureau of the 2 provinces I'm in charge of, one of them, province has sent news. From 9 p.m. the day before yesterday to 5 a.m. yesterday, a total of more than 500 cars with City A license plates entered their province. They used the elimination method and finally locked onto these 2 cars as suspects. Attention, Songshu 566. Chapter 105. Bailey Han connected the photos he received on his phone to the computer. There were 2 high-end sports cars, one a Ferrari and the other a Land Rover. Mika Kito carefully observed the 2 photos, then pointed to the Land Rover and said, "I think it's more likely to be this car. The back of this Land Rover is more spacious. If the kidnappers put Xia in it, it would be more suitable." "I agree with you," Bailey Han said in a deep voice. "So, I've already asked them to focus on this Land Rover." Tracking the kidnappers was a race against time. On the other side, when Xiaodong woke up, it was already nighttime. There was no light in the room, so it was dark. Looking up at the ceiling, she could see the starlight shining through the cracks of the tiles. Her body was wet, as if she had just been fished out of the water. Her face was also sticky. She wanted to take a bath in disgust, but when she got out of bed, she realized that she was trapped in a small farmhouse. Her body was still a little sore, and her head was a little dizzy. She felt that something was wrong. She still remembered the pain of hundreds of insects biting her heart before she fainted. Was there something wrong with her body? The door creaked open. Wang Fugue walked in with a wooden stick in one hand to prevent her from escaping and a bowl of rice in the other. "Honey, you're awake. How do you feel? Are you still feeling unwell?" He put down the bowl of rice, found the switch on the wall, and turned on the light. Xia Dong couldn't understand his words, but she could see the worried expression on his face. She held her forehead with one hand and showed a pained expression. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, she said, "I have a headache and I'm not feeling well. Can you find someone who can understand me?" "Do you have a headache?" Wang Fugue couldn't understand her words, but he could see her movements. He was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Suddenly, he slapped his head and said, "How could I forget? I can't understand city dialect, but Eiko can. Wife, don't worry, I'll be right back." Wang Fugue ran away after saying that, not forgetting to lock the door before he left. Just as Xia Dong was guessing his actions, he suddenly ran back with a young girl in her early 20s. The girl had a long ponytail and was wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of washed-out jeans. She smiled shyly at Xia Dong and said, "Second aunt, my name is Eiko. Wang Fugue is my second uncle." Xia Dong stared at her with wide eyes. "You can speak Mandarin?" Eiko nodded shyly. "Yes, I went to high school." "Why didn't you continue reading?" Eiko lowered her head. "My family had no money, and my father was sick, so I dropped out of school." Wang Fugue saw that they were chatting and hurriedly nudged Eiko. "Eiko, ask your second aunt where she's feeling unwell." Eiko then remembered the main reason why her second uncle had dragged her over. She hurriedly asked, "Second aunt, where are you feeling unwell?" Xia Dong didn't answer her question. Instead, she asked, "Eiko, I suddenly felt unwell in the afternoon. Later, I remember that your second uncle and the rest came in. They seem to have injected me with some medicine, and I fainted after that. Why don't you ask your second uncle what kind of drug he injected me with?" Eiko nodded and turned to Wang Fugue. She repeated Xia Dong's words in Mandarin. Wang Fugue told Eiko everything that the human trafficker said, and Eiko repeated it to Xia Dong in Mandarin. "Second aunt, my second uncle said that the human trafficker said that you were from a city and had always been crazy. Our family despised you, so they didn't want to raise you. That's why the human trafficker brought you to our village. When the human trafficker sold you to second uncle, he left behind a box of medicine. He said that if you fell ill, second uncle could inject you with it, and your illness would get better." Xia Dong's face turned pale. "What are the symptoms of the crazy illness that the human trafficker mentioned?" Eiko translated Wang Fugue's words. "The human trafficker said that when you fell ill, your whole body would convulse, and you would cry and have snot running down your nose. It would be very painful." "Eiko, can I take a look at the medicine that your second uncle mentioned?" Xiaodong's heart thumped. She was certain that she wasn't crazy, but what exactly was wrong with her body? Did the kidnappers do something to her? Eiko turned to ask Wang Fuguei. Wang Fuguei nodded and quickly returned with a small metal box. After opening the box, Xiaodong saw that there were 9 medicine bottles neatly arranged. Beside them were 9 disposable syringes. There were no labels on the medicine bottles, so she didn't know the name of the medicine, let alone its composition. Xiaodong had a bad feeling, but now wasn't the time to worry. The most important thing now was to escape from this mountain village. She closed the metal box and asked Eiko, "Eiko, can you tell me where we are?" Eiko said, "The village we live in is called Chiligo. It's under the jurisdiction of El City." El City. Xiaodong knew this place. It was more than 500 kilometers away from a city and was under the jurisdiction of another province, S province. The kidnappers had abducted and sold her to another province. Xiaodong's fingernails were deeply embedded in her palms. Her face was pale, and she forced a smile. "Eiko, I'm bored here alone. If you're free, can you come and chat with me?" Eiko nodded. "Of course, second aunt. My second uncle is a good person. Don't worry, he'll be good to you." "Eiko, I can't accept it now. Give me some time. Let me calm down for 2 days, okay?" Xiaodong knew that no matter what she said, Eiko would only persuade her to accept her fate. Therefore, she had to pretend to be resigned to her fate to win their trust, and then find a way to escape. "Okay." Eiko nodded and told Wang Fuguei the situation in dialect. Wang Fuguei glanced at Xiaodong, who was a little uneasy. After hesitating for a long time, he nodded and turned to walk out of the room. Eiko said with a smile, "Second aunt, don't worry. My second uncle won't be staying here for the next 2 days." Xiaodong held her hand. "Eiko, thank you. Can you stay with me tonight?" "Okay, second aunt. Eat first. The food is getting cold. I'll go home and tell my mother. I'll be right there." After Eiko left, Xiaodong brought over the rice bowl on the wooden table. Dinner was rice, cabbage, and white meat. Although it didn't look good, it tasted good. Xiaodong finished it quickly. Eiko came back with a blanket and pillow. She said as she made the bed, "Second aunt, where are you from?" Xiaodong smiled. "I'm from a city." "Eiko, have you seen the trafficker who abducted me?" Eiko shook her head apologetically. "No, I just came back from outside today. At that time, my second uncle had already bought you." She suddenly realized that she had said something she shouldn't have said and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned it again." Xiaodong smiled bitterly. "It's okay. I've already accepted it." "Eiko, you're not in the village right now? What are you doing outside?" Eiko smiled shyly. "I haven't even graduated from high school. What else can I do? I'm working in a restaurant in a city. If it weren't for my father's illness, I might still be working in the restaurant." Xiaodong pointed at her jeans pocket and smiled. "When you were making the bed just now, I saw the English vocabulary card in your butt pocket. I can see that you're a hardworking person. Eiko, believe me, one day, you'll realize your dream." Eiko blushed in embarrassment. "They all laughed at me for not knowing myself." "Second aunt, you're the first person to encourage me." Xiaodong blinked. How can a swallow know the ambition of a swan? The people who laugh at you don't have dreams, so they're jealous of you who have dreams. Eiko chuckled. She tilted her head and looked at her. She mustered up her courage and asked, "Second aunt, I think you know a lot of things. How did you get that kind of illness? Did your family really abandon you?" Xiaodong looked in her eyes and said seriously, "Eiko, if I told you that I'm not sick, that my family didn't abandon me, and that I was kidnapped and sold to 7 Mile Gully, would you believe me?" Eiko was shocked. She avoided her gaze in a panic. "No, I don't know." Xiaodong reached out and held her shoulders. She forced her to look in her eyes and said slowly, "Eiko, don't call me second aunt. My name is Xiaodong. I'm from City A, and I'm the editor-in-chief of Charm magazine." Eiko's eyes shone with disbelief. She asked in a daze, "You're really the editor-in-chief of Charm magazine?" Xiaodong nodded solemnly. "It's the real deal." Eiko murmured, "I watch TV. I heard that the donation for Yutong Elementary School was initiated by the editor-in-chief of Charm magazine. Was it you?" Xiaodong's eyes lit up. "It was me. You know about this event too? Eiko nodded fiercely, her face full of admiration. You don't know how successful that event was. Even many of our restaurant's employees donated. I also donated. At that time, I really admired you. I didn't expect to see you one day. In this way, I didn't expect to see you either. Xia Dong smiled bitterly. Eiko grabbed her hand. Second aunt? Oh no. Chief Editor Xia, were you really kidnapped? Xia Dong nodded and told her what happened that night in detail. Finally, she looked in her eyes and said seriously, Eiko, can you help me? Eiko bit her lip. You want me to help you escape? That's right. Will you help me? Xia Dong looked at her eagerly. No, you can't. Ingzi pushed her hand away in panic. She was about to cry. Chief Editor Xia, I like you very much and I admire you very much. But, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Why can't you help me? Can you tell me the reason? Because second uncle is my family's benefactor. Eiko's eyes were red and her voice was choked with sobs. When I was in high school, my father fell seriously ill. In order to treat him, I dropped out of school and went to work, but the money I earned was not enough. It was second uncle who took out the money he used to get a wife to treat my father's illness. If he didn't do that, he wouldn't have been single for so long. Chief Editor Xia, you were bought by second uncle with the money of 2 white pigs. If I help you escape, then second uncle will really lose everything. Eiko, listen to me. Xia Dong looked at her and said seriously, I won't let your second uncle's money go to waste. I can introduce him to jobs so that he can earn more money to get a wife. I can also introduce you to jobs to treat your father's illness. If you want to continue studying, I can arrange for you to continue studying. Believe me, even if I escape, I won't let you suffer. I will change your living conditions. But, Eiko stammered, not knowing what to say. But what? You don't believe me? Add Songshu 566. Chapter 106. No. If you're really Chief Editor Xia, I'll definitely believe you. Xia Dong rubbed her nose and smiled bitterly. You're right. I don't have anything to prove my identity, so it's only right that you don't believe me. Eiko, tell me, if what I said is true, are you willing to help me? Eiko bit her lip and hesitated. Xia Dong's offer was very tempting. Xia Dong wasn't in a hurry to get an answer. She patted the back of her hand and said, Think about it first. Tell me your answer tomorrow. Eiko nodded. Xia Dong smiled and changed the topic. She talked about many interesting things that happened when she was in university and her struggles in Japan. In the end, she looked at Eiko and said meaningfully, Eiko, a person's fate is in their own hands. What you lack is an opportunity. Eiko understood what she meant. Her originally heavy heart became heavier. She was in a dilemma and was in a dilemma. The next day, when Xia Dong woke up, Eiko had already left. She sighed. Was it still not possible? Eiko didn't want to agree. It seemed that she had to continue working hard. There were no toiletries in the room. Xia Dong felt that she was going to die of filth. The door suddenly opened. Eiko walked in with a smile on her face. She carried a basin, towel, soap, toothpaste, toothbrush, and other items. Chief Editor Xia, I got some water for you. I bought the toothbrush and towel at the village entrance. Xia Dong smiled brightly. Thank you. After washing up, Wang Fugue brought breakfast. It was steamed buns and porridge. Eiko accompanied her to finish breakfast and said softly, Chief Editor Xia, it's not that I don't believe you. I just want to be more cautious. Do you have any way to prove your identity? Xia Dong was overjoyed. It seemed that Eiko was persuaded by her. She thought for a moment and said, I'll tell you the phone number of the magazine. You can call it and say that you're Yi Siki, the editor-in-chief's good friend, and you're looking for the editor-in-chief's assistant, Lilith. When Lilith answers the phone, you can ask whatever questions you want to ask to prove my identity. Xia Dong added, Eiko, I have a favor to ask of you. Don't tell anyone about my disappearance. Xia Dong guessed that with Beitang Shun's style of doing things after she disappeared, he would definitely think of a way to cover up this matter. Then, her colleagues in the company wouldn't know about her disappearance, and she would continue to hide it, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Eiko rubbed her fingers and hesitated for a while before continuing. If I prove your identity, what should I do to help you without harming my uncle? It was illegal to buy and sell women, so Eiko had to consider the issue of protecting her uncle. Xiaodong had already thought of a way. She said, after you prove my identity, you don't have to call the police. Just call my friend and tell him my specific location. Ask him to come and find me alone. Also, help me pass a message to him. Just say, Xia Xia is fine. Don't worry. Xia Xia misses the babies and brother Shun. As long as you say this, he will know it's me. Eiko quickly took out a pen and paper and wrote down everything Xiaodong said, including the 2 phone numbers. Eiko carefully put the note in her pocket and said, only Li Daju's house has a phone in the village, but Li Daju can speak Mandarin. If we don't want him to find out about us, we have to go to town. Chief Editor Xia, I'll go to town in a while, and we'll probably be back in the evening. Don't worry, I've already talked to my uncle. He won't come and disturb you. Okay, Eiko, be careful. Don't let anyone find out about us. Xiaodong knew that the people in this village liked to help each other. If one person found out about their plan, the whole village would soon find out, and their plan would fail. Xiaodong had nothing to do. Lying on the bed, she touched her flat stomach and waited for Eiko to come back. On the other side, Beitang Shun and Bailey Han had just received news from S Province that the Land Rover was very suspicious. There was once a witness who saw 2 people carrying a big black bag into the car. However, the Transportation Bureau's tracking of the Land Rover was also cut off because the Land Rover had been abandoned on the road out of S Province's provincial capital. After investigation, it was confirmed that the Land Rover was also a stolen vehicle. There were no clues in the car, not even a strand of hair. The kidnappers are very cautious. Bailey Han rubbed his eyebrows. This is a well-planned kidnapping. The kidnappers didn't ask for a ransom. What are they trying to do? If they wanted Xia Dong's life, they wouldn't have taken the risk and brought her so far away. This meant that Xia Dong was still safe for the time being. Mika Kito's face was very ugly, and her eyes were burning with anger. No matter what they are trying to do, once I catch them, I'll make them beg for death. Bailey Han walked to the desk. There was a large map on the desk. He pointed at a place and said, the Land Rover was abandoned here. This route leads to 4 cities. The kidnappers keep giving us multiple choices. Mika Kito gritted her teeth. Jiangdao, inform our brothers in the other 2 provinces to hurry to these 4 cities. The search area has been narrowed down. I don't believe that we can't find Xia Xia. There's no need for that. Leave these 2 cities to me. Bailey Han pointed at 2 of the cities. I plan to go to the capital of S Province. It's closer to the 4 cities. Once there's news, we could get to Xia Xia faster. Mika Kito didn't stand on ceremony. The most important thing now was to find Xia Xia's whereabouts. The longer Xia Xia stayed outside, the more dangerous it would be. Bailey Han looked at Mika Kito. I'll go with you. Beitang Shun originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw Bailey Han's dark eyes that didn't allow him to refuse, he changed his mind. Bailey Han had connections in S Province, and if there were any accidents, he could still help. They boarded Bailey Han's private jet and arrived at the capital of S Province in 2 hours. As soon as they got off the plane, Mika Kito received a call from an unknown number. After listening to the words on the other side of the phone, Beitang Shun froze in his steps. His face revealed an ecstatic expression as he excitedly said, "Please tell me her specific location." A clear female voice came from the other end of the line. L City, 7 Mile Gully. Chief Editor Xia asked you not to call the police. Okay, I got it. Thank you very much. Mika Kito hung up the phone. She was so excited that her eyes turned red. Bailey Han looked at her deeply. Do you have news about Xia Dong? Yes, she's in L City. After Mika Kito said this, she immediately contacted Jiangdao and asked him to gather his men in the other 3 cities. His men in L City would stay in the city and wait for his orders. L City was a small city. There was no airport, so the plane couldn't land. Bailey Han and Mika Kito had to drive there. They rushed there as fast as they could. It was already about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. By the time they arrived at 7 Mile Gully, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Xia Dong and Eiko were chatting in bed. Eiko said, "Chief Editor Xia, I called your friend at noon and told her our address." Xia Dong hugged her. "Eiko, thank you for your hard work. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I will help you change the situation at home." Eiko nodded. "I know. I believe in you." Chief Editor Xia, can you tell me more about your university life? I'm very curious. Okay. Xia Dong smiled and told her about her university life. She listened carefully, her eyes shining with envy and longing. After an unknown period of time, Xia Dong began to feel uncomfortable. What happened yesterday afternoon happened again. Her whole body was itchy and painful. She clenched her teeth and tried to control it, but she couldn't. Her body began to tremble, and her hands and feet trembled like a patient suffering from epilepsy. Eiko was shocked. "Chief Editor Xiao, what's wrong? What do you feel uncomfortable?" I feel so uncomfortable." Xia Dong groaned in pain. Her eyes and nose began to secrete liquid again. She felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to bang her head against the wall. She clasped her fingers tightly on the bed board to prevent herself from rolling around and hurting the child. "Chief Editor Xia, don't scare me. What's wrong with you?" Eiko looked at her uncomfortable face and didn't know what to do. She could only help her hold her body down and stop her from moving around. Ingzi, find a rope, tie me up." Xia Dong couldn't hold on any longer. Her vision began to blur, but her mind was still clear. She wanted to protect the child. She had to tie her hands and feet so that she wouldn't move around. Eiko was shocked by her painful voice. She suddenly remembered that second uncle still had the medicine. She quickly said, "Don't worry, Chief Editor Xia. I'll go find my second uncle right away." No, don't give me the injection." Xia Dong was anxious and in pain. Her illness came in a strange way, and the injection was even stranger. She couldn't give the injection before she was sure that the injection wouldn't harm the child. Eiko was so anxious that she cried. "Chief Editor Xia, don't force yourself. You're so pale now. Wait a minute, I'll call my second uncle right away." "No, don't." Xia Dong reached out and wanted to pull her, but she broke free of her hand. She ran to the door and knocked hard on it. Second uncle, open the door. Second aunt is sick. Second uncle. Wang Fugue heard Eiko's cries. He didn't even have time to put on his clothes. He ran over half naked with a small metal box in his hand. He opened the door with a bang and found that Xia Dong was in so much pain that her face was pale. He was shocked at first, but then he quickly opened the small metal box and scratched his head anxiously. Eiko, second uncle doesn't know how to do it." "I'll do it." Eiko gritted her teeth. She had never injected anyone before, but she had seen the nurse do it for her father. She took the syringe and sucked the medicine into the syringe. She squeezed out the air inside and walked in front of Xia Dong. She lifted her arm and wanted to inject her. Xia Dong shook her head in pain. "No, don't." Eiko gritted her teeth. "Chief Editor Xia, don't be afraid. It'll be over soon." She lifted her arm and slowly pressed the syringe down. The liquid inside was slowly injected into Xia Dong's body. She gradually calmed down. Eiko allowed a long sigh of relief. Just as her heart returned to her stomach, Xia Dong suddenly started laughing. She closed her eyes and had a happy expression on her face. She laughed very loudly and shouted, "Fly, fly." "Chief Editor Xiao, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Eiko quickly put down the syringe and went forward to shake her arm. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. In the next second, the door was kicked open. Two tall men strode in, followed by several men in black suits. Ad Hongcha 866. Chapter 107. Wang Fugue was shocked. He picked up a small stool from the ground and stood in front of them. "Who are you?" Eiko was stunned for a moment before she reacted and asked in Mandarin, "Are you Chief Editor Xia's friends?" Mikakito nodded. "I received your call today. Is she here?" "I heard her laughter." "Yes, Chief Editor Xia is here." Eiko quickly pulled Wang Fugue over and pointed to the bed. My uncle is not a bad person. Please don't make things difficult for him. The moment he saw Xia Dong, Mikakito was no longer in the mood to deal with anyone. He just nodded and strode to the bed. Bailey Han stood beside the bed almost at the same time as him. Mikakito did not hesitate and directly hugged Xia Dong in his arms. Xia, I'm here to pick you up. Xia Dong giggled. Her eyes were blurred, as if she was immersed in her own world. She pointed to the ceiling and muttered to herself, Flowers, so many flowers. Mikakito was shocked. Xia, what's wrong with you? Look at me. Bailey Han's heart, which had already fallen into his chest, suddenly rose. His expression became very ugly, and his sharp eyes quickly fell on Wang Fugue and Eiko. What did you do to her? Seeing the two of them, Wang Fugue guessed that they were Xia Dong's relatives. He was extremely dejected. Moreover, he did not understand Mandarin, so he could only stare at them. Eiko quickly explained, We didn't do anything. Chief Editor Xia just fell ill. I injected her with some medicine, but I didn't expect her to become like this. Bailey Han's eyes were cold. He took a few steps forward and stared at Eiko. What do you mean by falling ill? Xia Dong is not sick at all. What medicine did you inject into her? Eiko was frightened by his strong aura and took 2 steps back. She trembled as she picked up the medicine bottle in the metal box and said this. This was left behind by a human trafficker. He said that he injected Chief Editor Xia when she fell ill. Bailey Han picked up the medicine bottle and looked at it carefully. He did not find any clues, but he had a vague guess. Mikakito comforted Xia Dong for a long time, but Xia Dong did not get better, so he turned his attention to them. Bailey Han handed the medicine bottle to him with a frighteningly gloomy face. I hope you're not like what I guessed. Mikakito looked at the medicine bottle and then looked at Xia Dong's reaction. His face became as ugly as Bailey Han's. After a while, he squeezed out 2 words, lay phone. His voice was so low that only the 2 of them could hear it. The 2 of them looked at each other without saying a word. Their eyes were full of anger. Xia Dong suddenly laughed out loud. The 2 of them looked at her with pity in their eyes. However, Bailey Han held back, while Mikakito grabbed Xia Dong's hand without hesitation to prevent her from hurting herself. Wang Fugue looked over and wanted to go forward, but he was stopped by the people brought by Mikakito. Eiko quickly pulled him back. Second uncle, they are second aunts. Oh no, Chief Editor Xia's friends. Let's go out first. Wang Fugue sighed. As he walked out, he turned back to look at Xia Dong. Eiko grabbed his arm and dragged him out. After about half an hour, Xia Dong slowly woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Mikakito with a worried face. She looked up slowly and saw the expressionless Bailey Han. She said softly, Brother Shun, Mr. Bailey. Bailey Han could immediately tell how close she was to them from the way she addressed them. He felt a little uncomfortable. Mikakito pulled her into his arms. Xia, I'm glad you're okay. Bailey Han looked at them and felt that they were an eyesore. He turned around and walked out of the room. When he walked out to the courtyard, Su Yunxian called. Ahan, why aren't you home? I wanted to spend a beautiful night with you. Su Yunxian was so excited that she wanted to jump up and down whenever she thought about Xia Dong being sold to a poor village, getting addicted to drugs, and even giving birth to a deformed child. She was in such a good mood that she wanted to look for Bailey Han to celebrate with him. However, when she went to his villa, he was nowhere to be found. Bailey Han rubbed his eyebrows and said softly, I was on a business trip. I left in a hurry, so I didn't inform you. It's okay. You should rest early. Don't tire yourself out. Su Yunxian was in a good mood, so naturally, she was easy to talk to. Okay, you should rest early too. Bailey Han hung up the phone and stood in the small courtyard. He frowned slightly. Who on earth wanted to harm Xia Dong and make her addicted to drugs? He pinched the space between his eyebrows. Drug addiction? How should he get her to quit? In the room, Xia Dong leaned against the pillow weakly. She smiled faintly and said, Brother Shun, you came so quickly. Eiko just called you in the afternoon, and you're already here in the evening. Mikakito stroked her hair. The man who had always been resolute actually had red eyes. I'm sorry, Xia. I didn't protect you well. Xia Dong shook her head. Brother Shun, it's not your fault. I was the one who let my guard down. Brother Shun, I want to go home. I miss the children. I also miss Annie and the rest. If they know that I'm missing, they will be very worried. Mika Keto couldn't help but kiss her on the head. You should rest for the night. We'll go home early tomorrow morning. Don't worry, I lied and said that you were on a business trip. I also lied to your company and said that you were sick and asked for leave for you. Xia Dong smiled. Brother Shun, I knew that you would have a way. Xia, are you afraid? Mika Keto stroked her face. Her delicate little face had lost a lot of weight, and her chin seemed sharper. I'm not afraid. I know that I will escape. I also know that Brother Shin will think of a way to save me. Mika Keto pulled her into his arms. He wished that he could rub her into his body and make her a part of him. That way, he would never have to worry about her leaving him again. Brother Shun, I want to give the children a call. Okay. Mika Keto placed his phone in her hand. The call went through immediately. It was Xiao Bao's anxious voice. Uncle Shun, is there any news about Mommy? Xia Dong couldn't help but laugh. Bao, it's Mommy. It's so good to hear your voice. Xiao Bao burst into tears. This was the first time that Xia Dong had heard him cry so sadly. Her heart ached for him. She comforted him gently for a long time before he finally stopped crying. He said awkwardly, Mom, I wasn't the one crying just now. It was the children on TV who were crying. I know. The men in our family won't cry. Xia Dong was very considerate of him. Xiao Bao smiled through his tears. Mom, when are you coming back? I'll be back tomorrow. Take good care of Gigai, okay? Okay. Mom, come back quickly. Gigai and I still need you to help us arrange the program. Okay, Mommy knows. It's getting late. Go to bed quickly. If you don't wake up tomorrow morning, Annie Nanny will spank your little butt. Wow, I've never slept in. Mom, you're the one who sleeps in bed every day. Little brat, don't expose me in front of your Uncle Shun. Uncle Shin won't care. Anyway, Uncle Shun has seen your ugly face. The mother and son bickered for a while more before Xia Dong reluctantly hung up the phone and handed it to Mika Keto. Mika Keto smiled and said gently, Bao is right. I've seen your ugly face, but I don't mind at all. Xia Dong rolled her eyes. Brother Shun, if you continue to embarrass me, I'll find a hole to hide in. Mika Keto patted her head. I won't embarrass you anymore. Otherwise, I'll have to trouble myself to find you. They chatted in the room while Bailey Han went to negotiate with Wang Fugue. Although Wang Fugue was very sad, with Aiko's persuasion, he was able to accept it. Her family had already found her, so what else could he do? He could only agree to let them take her away. After the negotiation, Bailey Han gave Wang Fugue a sum of money. This sum of money was enough for him to buy a few wives. Wang Fugue looked at the money in shock. He trembled for a long time before spitting out a few words. I can't take this money. I only want the money that belongs to me. After listening to Ingzi's translation, Bailey Han's eyes quickly flashed with a touch of appreciation. He said, Okay, I'll give you the money that belongs to you and give you a job. His construction company lacked such honest and upright employees. Aiko excitedly repeated his words to Wang Fugue in dialect. Wang Fugue was stunned for a moment before he bowed deeply. Bailey Han turned his gaze to Aiko. You're Aiko? Aiko nodded fiercely. Bailey Han asked, Have you ever been to school? Aiko blushed. Yes, I have. I haven't graduated from high school yet. Do you want to go to college? Aiko said in surprise. Can I really? Bailey Han handed her a business card. When you arrive in City A, you can come to me. I'll arrange it for you. However, you have to study in the second year of high school first and take the college entrance examination with your ability. During your study, all expenses will be paid by me. The condition is that after you graduate, you have to work for me in my company. Is there a problem? Aiko was so excited that tears came out of her eyes. No problem. Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Bailey Han's face was expressionless. You don't have to thank me. I'm just making a long-term investment. I hope you won't let me down. Mr. Bailey, I will work hard and won't let you down. Aiko was full of excitement. She vacated the best room in the house, laid out clean sheets and quilts, and nervously asked Bailey Han to stay in it. Although Bailey Han was the son of a rich family, he was not a playboy. He had even slept in caves and deserted islands. Of course, he did not care about the shabbiness of the room. He nodded lightly. On the other side, Wang Fugue also prepared a room for Mikakito. Mikakito let her 4 subordinates stay there, and she squeezed on the bed with Xia Dong. Although Xia Dong was a little embarrassed, she did not say anything in consideration of the fact that there were too many people and too few beds. Early the next morning, Xia Dong woke up. Mikakito was no longer by her side. Xia Dong remembered that she had told him about the agreement between her and Eiko last night and asked him to help deal with it. Perhaps he had gone to deal with it. After she finished washing up, Mikakito came back. She did not look good. Xia Dong asked, "Brother Shun, what's wrong?" Mikakito snorted coldly. "Bailey Han beat me to it." His face was dark. Bailey Han already settled it last night. He arranged a job for Wang Fugue and said that he would sponsor Eiko's school fees. At this point, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. However, Bailey Han did not know that Eiko's father was sick, so I agreed to treat Eiko's father. His expression was like that of a child who had snatched a piece of candy. Xia Dong could not help but laugh out loud. Beauty novel, Xinwu 799. Chapter 108. After breakfast, they set off. Eiko and Wang Fugue came out to see them off. Granny Fong did not appear, probably because she did not want to see Xia Dong, her daughter-in-law, suddenly fly away. Eiko held Xia Dong's hand reluctantly. Xia Dong smiled and said, "Eiko, remember to look for me when you arrive in a city." "Okay, Chief Editor Xia. I will definitely look for you. Don't call me Chief Editor Xia anymore. Call me Xia Dong." Xia Dong said a string of numbers and said, "This is my phone number. You are welcome to call me anytime." Eiko smiled happily. "Okay, Xia Dong." Xia Dong got in a Mikakito's car. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Fugue suddenly rushed over with a small metal box and said, "Medicine, medicine." Xia Dong saw the metal box in his hand. She was about to say that she was not sick and did not need those things, but then she remembered that she was inexplicably uncomfortable, so she took the metal box and smiled. "Thank you." Wang Fugue grinned and waved his hand. The car sped away. Mikakito looked at Xia Dong, who was holding the metal box, and felt very uncomfortable. After hesitating for a long time, he asked, "Xia, do you know what medicine this is?" Xia Dong shook her head and did not hide anything from him. She told him about the changes in her body and the wonderful feeling after the injection. He suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. His eyes were dark and deep, like the sea before a storm. She had a bad feeling in her heart. "Brother Shun, do you know what this is?" Mikakito held her hand tightly and did not say a word, but his expression said everything. "Brother Shun, I want to know the truth." Mikakito held her shoulder. "Xia, before I tell you, promise me that you have to stay calm, even if it's for the sake of the child." "I will. I can take it." He said word by word, "If I'm not wrong, this is drugs." The word drug hit Xia Dong hard in the chest, but she tried hard to remind herself not to be agitated, to be calm, to be calm. She clenched her fists tightly. Her primary concern was the child. "Brother Shun, I heard that drug addicts give birth to deformed children. I've been injected with drugs at least twice. Will I also give birth to a deformed child?" Mikakito hugged her tightly. "No, it won't happen. It won't happen." After a 10-hour-long journey, they finally returned to City A. As soon as they entered the city, Bailey Han separated from them. Before they parted, Xia Dong smiled and thanked him. He nodded and said, "Rest well. Don't think too much." Xia Dong watched as Bailey Han drove into another lane and got into Mikakito's car. "Brother Shun, let's go back too." When they got home, it was already evening. Mikakito had already asked someone to pick up Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai from kindergarten. As soon as the 2 little rascals saw them, they immediately cheered and rushed over. Xia Dong hugged Xiao Guai and kissed him. She rubbed Xiao Bao's cheeks. Xiao Bao pouted, and Gigai allowed her to rub his cheeks. He had already talked to her on the phone last night to relieve his emotions. When he saw her now, he was a little embarrassed. His bun-like face was pink. After a long bout of affection, Xiaodong hugged the two little rascals in her arms and nestled on the sofa. Mikakito sat beside her and naturally put her arm around her shoulders. She asked the two little rascals about what happened at school. Xiao Guai softly told them about interesting things, and Xiaodong laughed along. The atmosphere was very warm. Xiaodong touched Xiao Bao's head and said, "Good boy, the garden party is in 3 days. Starting tomorrow, Mom will help you rehearse the program." "Yay, Mommy is awesome." Xiaodong raised her eyebrows proudly. "Of course, your mommy is a rare talent." Xiao Bao's face darkened, while Xiao Guai covered her mouth and snickered. Hey, what's with that expression? You don't believe me?" Xiaodong turned to ask Mikakito. "Brother Shun, tell me, am I a talent?" She secretly bared her teeth at him and revealed an expression that said, "You're dead if you don't speak up for me." Mikakito laughed. "Babies, your mommy is not only a talent, but also a genius. Mommy." He looked at Xiao Bao meaningfully. Xiao Bao understood tacitly and broke into a smile. Xiaodong beamed and patted Mikakito's shoulder proudly to show her appreciation. But the next second, she frowned and looked at him suspiciously. "Brother Shun, are you playing word games with me? What do you mean by a genius mommy? At the end of the day, you're still praising Xiao Bao." Mikakito patted her head. "It's good that you understand." Xiaodong gritted her teeth. "Wash your neck and wait for me to bite you to death." Mikakito laughed and stretched his neck over. "Come on, I've already washed it." Xiaodong blinked and suddenly hugged his neck. She opened her mouth and bit down. "Ouch, Xia, you really bit me." Mikakito's face contorted in pain. Wah. It's not suitable for children." Xiao Bao quickly covered Xiao Guai's eyes and smiled slyly. "Mommy, don't do something so bloody and violent in front of a minor. It will leave a trauma in our young hearts." Xiaodong looked up and touched the corner of her mouth. "Okay, Brother Shun, I'll let you off today for the sake of the children." Mikakito's face twitched. He touched the teeth marks on his neck. "Do I need to go to the hospital to get a rabies vaccine?" "Don't you dare." Xiaodong gritted her teeth fiercely and thought about biting him again. The family was in the middle of arguing when Xiaodong suddenly wrapped her arms around her shoulders. Her face turned pale and her voice trembled. "Brother Shun, I'm tired. Please take me back to my room." Mikakito was shocked. He quickly let go of the children and bent down to pick her up. He said to the worried children, "It's okay. Your mommy traveled a long way today. She's just a little tired. I'll take her back to her room to rest. You Gigai can play in the living room." Okay. The little guys nodded and waved their little hands. "Mommy, good night." Xiaodong hugged Mikakito's waist tightly with both hands. She suppressed the desire in her body and squeezed out a smile. "Good night, darlings." After entering the room, Mikakito locked the door and gently placed Xiaodong on the bed. Her forehead was already wet with cold sweat, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Mikakito's eyes were full of love. He held her hands tightly to prevent her from hurting herself. Xia, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll always be with you." Xiaodong felt terrible. She knew that she was really addicted to drugs. And now, her drug addiction was acting up. She felt as if there were countless little bugs devouring her flesh and blood. It was itchy and uncomfortable. She twisted her body uncontrollably, trying to drive away the cravings in her body. However, her rationality told her that this was not good for the children. She shook her head in pain and said in a trembling voice, "Brother Shun, I feel terrible. Give me a rope. Tie me up." Mikakito's pupils constricted and shone with a painful light. He gritted his teeth, got up abruptly, and said in a hoarse voice, Xia, hang in there. I'll go get a rope." Xiaodong nodded with difficulty. Mikakito walked out of the room and went to the living room to look for a rope. Fortunately, the children had already gone back to their rooms to rest. No one noticed his abnormality. He looked sullen as he rummaged through the items, anxiously looking for a rope. Finally, he found a bundle of rope in a cupboard. He strode towards Xiaodong's room. Just then, the doorbell rang. His face darkened, and he strode to the door. Through the video, he saw Bailey Han standing outside the door. He frowned. Why is Bailey Han here? Mikakito opened the door. His face was tense. Why are you here? Bailey Han did not seem to notice his bad temper. He glanced at the rope in his hand and said calmly, I have a friend who's a chemistry professor. He can help you analyze the composition of the drugs. On the way home, Bailey Han remembered this matter. He hesitated for a moment before he turned the car around and came here. Mikakito immediately reacted. If he could analyze the type of drug in the small metal box, he might be able to find a way to control it. Come with me, Mikakito said as he led Bailey Han to Xiaodong's room. He lowered his voice and said, The metal box is in Xiaxia's room. She's sick. Wait at the door. Xiaxia definitely did not want anyone to see her in this state. Mikakito opened the door and walked in. The moment he closed the door, Bailey Han reached out and blocked the door. I can help you. Mikakito stared at Bailey Han gloomily, and Bailey Han stared back at Mikakito. Neither of them was willing to back down. In the end, the person on the bed moaned in pain. Mikakito changed his mind. He turned sideways, and Bailey Han immediately entered the room. Bailey Han saw the person on the bed clearly and felt a sharp pain in his chest. Xiaodong was biting her fist so as not to disturb the children. She was moaning in a low voice. Her body was curled up, and her face was as white as a sheet. Large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Mikakito closed his eyes in pain and said to Bailey Han, Help me take her hands out. Bailey Han's face turned pale. He bent down and pulled out the fist she was biting in her mouth. It was covered with teeth marks and blood. Tears welled up in Bailey Han's eyes. He placed her two wrists side by side. Beidang Shun used a rope to tie her hands together, then tied her legs together. Xiaodong bit her lip hard to endure the pain. Her body trembled like a leaf in the wind. She had a splitting headache, and her face was covered with tears and snot. Her painful and pathetic look made the two heartless men's eyes turn red. Watch her. I'll get a towel, Mikakito said, and walked out of the door while enduring the pain in his heart. When he reached the bathroom, he slammed his fist on the cold marble sink. His eyes shone with a vicious light. He would never let go of the person who hurt Xiaxia. It hurts, it hurts. Xiaodong was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Her eyes were blank and her body was trembling. She curled up on the bed. Her clothes were messy and her hair was tangled with her sweat. Bailey Han reached out his trembling hand to tuck her sweaty hair behind her ear. He pried open her mouth to prevent her from biting him. At this time, Mikakito came back with a clean towel. He carefully stuffed the towel into her mouth. She whimpered in pain like an injured animal. Xiaodong was suffering. Mikakito and Bailey Han were also suffering. Half an hour later, her trembling body slowly calmed down. Her eyes were no longer empty and gradually regained their spirit. Mikakito breathed a sigh of relief and removed the towel from her mouth. Add Songshu 566. Chapter 109. Bailey Han's body was tense. He had been in a state of high tension. When he let out a sigh of relief, he realized that his muscles were sore. He untied the ropes around her wrists and legs. Xiaodong calmed down for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was already hoarse. Did I get through it? Mikakito's heart suddenly ached. She wiped the sweat off her face with a towel. Yeah, you got through it. Xiaxia, you're the strongest girl I've ever met. He wasn't lying. Many men couldn't resist their drug addiction and couldn't help but take drugs again. But she gritted her teeth and got through it. Xiaodong wanted to laugh, but the wound on her lips was painful and her smile looked a little twisted. Bailey Han looked at her with a gloomy expression. His gaze was deep, and she didn't know what he was thinking. Xiaodong turned to look at him and smiled. Mr. Bailey, you're here too. Bailey Han pursed his thin lips. It's good that you're okay. I'll get going first. I'll walk you out. Mikakito stroked Xiaodong's head. Get some rest. I'll be right back. Xiaodong nodded. She looked at Bailey Han and said, "Thank you for coming to see me." Bailey Han didn't reply, but his eyes flashed. Mika Keto and Bailey Han entered the elevator. There were only the two of them in the elevator. Mika Keto handed him a bottle of medication and said, "Let me know immediately when there's a result." Bailey Han nodded and put the bottle of medication into his jacket pocket. He was silent for a moment before he said, "From the looks of it, Xiaodong's drug addiction acts up once a day. For her sake, I suggest that we send her to a professional drug rehabilitation center." "No," Beitang Shun rejected. "I can't let her out of my sight. Moreover, once she enters the drug rehabilitation center, she won't be able to hide the fact that she's addicted to drugs. That will destroy her." Bailey Han looked at him sharply. "Then can you bear to see her in pain every time her drug addiction kicks in? In a professional drug rehabilitation center, she could receive professional control and protection. What's more, do you want her children to find out about her drug addiction?" Mika Keto frowned. "I can send her to my villa and get a professional to help her." Bailey Han smirked. "In the end, you're still selfish and want to keep her by your side." Mika Keto replied coldly, "I'm her fiancé. I have the right and responsibility to take care of her." The two business tycoons squatted in the elevator and quarreled politely. The elevator door suddenly opened and a passerby walked in. He was almost frozen to death by the sub-zero temperature inside and almost turned into a hornet's nest by the two men's sharp gazes. A melodious ringtone broke the stiff atmosphere. Bailey Han picked up the phone. "Yinqian." Su Yinqian's worried voice came through. "Han, didn't you say that you were going back to City A tonight? Why aren't you home yet? Did something happen?" "It's okay. I'll be back soon." Bailey Han hung up the phone. Mika Keto raised her eyebrows and showed the arrogant expression of a winner. "Mr. Bailey, congratulations. I heard that you and Miss Su are getting married." "Thank you." Bailey Han gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Now that there was a bystander in the elevator, all the conversations stopped abruptly. When the elevator reached the first floor, Mika Keto nodded politely. "Goodbye." Bailey Han also nodded. When Mika Keto went upstairs, Xiaodong was already in the bathroom taking a shower and taking off her clothes. Xiaodong was stunned. There were rope marks on her wrists and legs, and there were scratches on her knees. It didn't hurt much, but it reminded her of the inhuman torture when she was addicted to drugs. She had always been a strong person and had never thought of committing suicide. But when she was tortured by the drug addiction just now, she almost couldn't help it. Now that she thought about it, she felt cold all over. She didn't know why she had such a terrible idea. She didn't know how long she could hold on. "Xia, are you okay?" Mika Keto didn't see her for a long time and knocked on the bathroom door worriedly. "I'm fine. I'm fine." Xiaodong wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled at herself in the mirror. "Xiaodong, you can do it. For Gigai and the baby in your belly, you have to do it, okay?" The next day, Bailey Han's professor friend came back with the results of his research. The drug in the bottle was a drug that didn't exist on the market yet. It was 10 times stronger than heroin, and it only took 2 injections to become addicted. The scariest thing was that the addicted person would have a relapse every 24 hours. If they wanted to quit, they would have to endure it for a month. Mika Keto didn't want Bailey Han to know about Xia Dong's pregnancy, so she went behind his back to consult with a specialist about the drug's effect on pregnant women. The specialist said that the drug would have a certain effect on the child, and it might affect the child's brain development. But if the number of injections was low, it might not necessarily. Xiaodong anxiously went for a pregnancy test. Lin Shihao said the child was still too young, so there were some effects that couldn't be seen. So, he couldn't give a definite answer. Ever since he met Xiaodong and her son at the food street, Xia Jinxing would secretly go to the hospital every day after work. He would find a chance to peek at Xiao Guai from afar. After Xiao Guai was discharged from the hospital, he parked his car outside Imperial Kindergarten and peeked at Xiao Bao after school. Every time he saw him waving goodbye to the other children, he wanted to run up to him, hug him, and hear him call him Grandpa. What Xia Jinxing didn't know was that Mika Keto had already noticed his peeking at the children. Because he was Xiaodong's father, Mikakito tacitly allowed him to do so. But as soon as he tried to get involved in Xiaodong's life, Mikakito firmly stopped him and got someone to stop him from following her. Xia Xingqing also didn't know that his every move was being watched by his other daughter, Su Xingqian. Su Xingqian hired a private investigator to follow Xia Xingqing. In the process, she discovered that Su Yunxian had already made her move. Mikakito announced to the public that Xiaodong was sick at home. But Su Xingqian bribed Xiaodong's nanny and found out that she wasn't at home at all. Su Xingqian was also the first to find out about Xiaodong's drug addiction. She smiled happily and muttered to herself, "Cousin, I didn't expect you to be so cruel. But I like it. Let me, your cousin, help you once more." Xiaodong went to work as usual during the day. But every night, she had to endure the torture of her drug addiction. In order not to be discovered by the children, she would find an excuse to leave home every day before the drug addiction kicked in. She would go to Mikakito's villa and endure the pain for half an hour. Because the drug she was injected with was too strong, even the existing antidotes on the market couldn't suppress it. She could only rely on her own willpower to resist. Mikakito urgently contacted Japan and asked them to develop an antidote. Bailey Han was also trying to think of a solution. But developing an antidote required time and couldn't be completed in a day or two. 1 day, 2 days, Xiaodong endured it. As time passed, the pain of the drug addiction also multiplied. In the villa, in an empty room, her hands and feet were tied as she painfully lay on the soft mattress. A professional was sweating profusely as he encouraged her. Bailey Han and Mikakito stood on either side of her bed with their hearts hanging in their throats. They held her down as she writhed nonstop. The soft rod in her mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue fell out during her struggle. Her shrill and painful screams immediately filled the room. She shook her head and her eyes lost focus. She wailed, "I feel so bad, so bad. I beg you, please give it to me." Her rationality finally collapsed. Mikakito hugged her tightly. "Xia, look at me. You can do it. Hang in there. You have 10 more minutes. You can do it." "Boo-hoo. I can't. I feel so bad." Tears streamed down her face. Her limbs twitched, and even breathing became difficult. "No, Xia, you can do it. Listen to me. You're the strongest." Mikakito held her face and looked firmly into her dazed eyes. "Xia, don't be afraid. I'll always be with you. Hang in there. It'll be over soon." She burst into tears and shook her head frantically. "Kill me. Boo-hoo. Kill me. I can't take it anymore." Bailey Han felt a sudden pain in his heart. He could no longer maintain his composure and rationality. He forcefully restrained her legs that were kicking wildly and said in a hoarse voice, "Xiaodong, hold on. Even if it's for the sake of the child, you have to hold on. Don't tell me you want Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai to become orphans." Children. These 2 words finally hit Xiaodong's heart. Her dazed eyes finally regained a trace of clarity. She gritted her teeth and whispered over and over again, "Children. Slowly, she regained a trace of rationality. She gritted her teeth and held on. Tears streamed down her face. Children. She had to protect the babies in her belly. She had to save Gigai. She had to be strong. 10 minutes finally passed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Bailey Han and Mikakito were drenched. Xiaodong felt as if she had just been fished out of the water. After a high degree of exhaustion, her whole body was sore and weak. She was so tired that she didn't want to move at all. However, she was still worried about the children at home. "Brother Shun, take me home. I don't want the children to be suspicious." Her voice was full of exhaustion. "Lie down for a while and then clean up." Mikakito instructed the servant to bring a set of clean clothes and put it on her bed. "It's okay. I'll go wash up now." Xiaodong got out of bed with his help. The maid wanted to help her take a bath, but she refused. Bailey Han watched her enter the bathroom and said to Mikakito, "Since she's fine now, I should go. As for the antidote, it will probably take another 2 or 3 days." Mikakito's face was pale. "There's news from Japan. It will take at least 3 more days. Bailey Han glanced in the direction of the bathroom. His eyes were full of worry. This time, she was on the verge of breaking down. Could she hold on for another 3 days? Bailey Han returned to the villa. Su Yunxian was already waiting for him in his room. She smiled and kissed him on the cheek. Han, why are you back so late? He looked tired. Something came up at the company. Su Yunxian's eyes flashed. Actually, I just called your secretary. She said that you weren't at the company. Bailey Han's eyes suddenly narrowed. He stared at her. Yunxian, you know that I don't like people playing tricks on me. Su Yunxian leaned into his arms and said faintly, Han, I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid that you'll be seduced by another woman. Beauty novel Hongcha 866. Chapter 110. Bailey Han's body stiffened and his voice was a little hoarse. We're getting married in 2 weeks. Shouldn't you trust me more? She acted coquettishly. It's not that I don't trust you. I'm just starting to lose confidence in myself. He felt guilty for no reason and stroked her face. You're Su Yunxian. You're radiant. How can you not be confident? She was amused by him and held his hand. You must not have eaten yet. I'll cook for you personally. Okay? Don't trouble yourself. Just let the servants do it. She acted like a little woman and said coquettishly, No, I want to cook for you. All right, I really don't know what to do with you. Bailey Han put his arm around her shoulders and walked downstairs. Su Yunxian looked at his handsome side profile and smiled. She didn't know how to handle men in the past, and that was why she stumbled in front of Xia Dong. She wasn't so foolish now. She knew when to show weakness and when to act coquettishly. Su Yunxian was wearing a spaghetti-strap dress and an apron. Her hair was tied up on top of her head. She was busy in the kitchen, but her movements were noble and elegant. There was a different kind of charm to her. If it was the Bailey Han of the past, he would definitely be attracted to her at this moment. But now, he was thinking about Xia Dong and didn't pay attention to her at all. It wasn't until she brought out 3 dishes and a soup that he came back to his senses and smiled. It looks, smells, and tastes good. When Su Yunxian was in the kitchen, she noticed that he was absent-minded. She was a little unhappy, but when she saw him eating with relish, her mood improved a little. She supported her cheek with one hand and smiled. Han, let's go to Greece for our honeymoon, okay? Bailey Han said, as long as you like it. You're so nice. She leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Bailey Han's lips curved, but he didn't say anything. She smiled and said, Han, Xiao Yi School is holding a garden party tomorrow. Shall we go together? Bailey Han had only mentioned the garden party to Xiao Yi once. He didn't expect her to remember it. His eyes were filled with tenderness as he said softly, Of course. The garden party starts at 2 in the afternoon and lasts until 6. Do you have time? She winked playfully. Of course, I've already arranged it. I'm looking forward to Xiao Yi's performance. At the mention of his son, Bailey Han also laughed. Speaking of which, even I don't know what program he will prepare. She smiled and said, It'll definitely be exciting. Bailey Han did not hide the pride on his face. That's right. Xiao Yi is my son. Although Su Yunxian was smiling, there was a flash of unhappiness in her eyes. She hugged his arm and said, Han, are you full? Let's go upstairs and rest. Han liked Xiao Yi so much. She had to give birth to a child of her own as soon as possible. Bailey Han walked out of the bathroom and saw Su Yunxian lying on the bed in sexy pajamas, looking at him with gentle eyes. He lay down beside her and stroked her hair. You're tired too. Rest early. Su Yunxian was very dissatisfied. How could he so calmly ask such a seductive and sexy woman to rest early when she was lying beside him? Her proud softness rubbed against his chest, hinting at him. He kissed her forehead and said, Yunxian, I want to wait until the day we get married. Su Yunxian turned around angrily and ignored him. Annoying. She had never seen such an unromantic man. Bailey Han pinched the space between his eyebrows. He didn't know if it was because he had been too tired recently, but he actually didn't have that kind of interest. Imperial Kindergarten's annual garden party was about to begin. The garden party was actually an activity for the school to inspect the children's homework for the whole semester. It was also a way to strengthen the bond between the children and their parents. From the school gate to the teaching building, there were many small stalls arranged in 2 rows. They were all prepared by the children of each class. There were calligraphy and painting displays, handicrafts displays, and all kinds of toys displays. Parents held their children's hands and walked along the road. From time to time, they would stop to look for their children's creations. Laughter and laughter were intertwined. Xiaodong held Xiao Guai's hand. Just as they walked through the school gate, Xiao Bao rushed over like a cannonball with an excited smile on his little face. "Mom, Gigai, you're here." Brother, Xiao Guai immediately abandoned her mother and threw herself into her brother's arms. She couldn't help but look around. "Brother, where's brother? Xiao Bao gently tapped her forehead with his finger. "Little love-struck fool, are you here to see me or your brother Xiao Guai blinked her big eyes. "Of course I'm here to see brother." There was still brother Xiao Bao tiptoed and looked in the direction of the school gate. His little face was filled with disappointment. "Mom, why didn't Uncle Shin come?" "Your Uncle Shun is in a meeting, but he just told me to film your performance on stage." Xia Dong patted the SLR camera on her shoulder. "Also, he said that he'll come and take us home." Only then did Xiao Bao reveal a satisfied smile. Xia Dong patted his head. "Let's go quickly. There will be more and more people later." She was worried that Xiao Guai would be squeezed by too many people. "Oh, my dear son, did you draw this? You've painted me so ugly." Xia Dong carried Xiao Guai and stood in front of a watercolor painting. The watercolor painting depicted the 3 of them. In the painting, Xia Dong sat on the lawn and beamed as she watched Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai flying a kite. "How is it ugly? It's obviously very beautiful." Xiao Bao's fair cheeks were tinged with pink as he snorted arrogantly. "You're the one who doesn't know how to appreciate it. Brother, you drew very well." Xiao Guai clapped his little hands and spoke up for his brother. "Io, you can't take a joke." "Mom, I'm just joking." Xia Dong smiled and patted her son's head. "My dear son, don't be angry. Take Mom on a tour of the school." According to the schedule of the garden party, after admiring the children's works, the parents could tour the school with their children and then go to the auditorium to watch the children's performances. Before leaving, Xia Dong glanced at the work next to her son's painting, and a trace of sadness flashed across her eyes. After they left the exhibition area, Bailey Han and the other 2 walked over. Su Yinxian held Bailey Yi's little hand and walked on the right, while Bailey Han walked on the left. They looked as harmonious as a family of 3. But in reality, Bailey Yi couldn't wait to shake off Su Yinxian's hand. "Hateful woman, hemph." Su Yinxian pointed at a painting and exclaimed happily, "Han, look, is that Xiao Yi's painting? It's so beautiful." Bailey Han also saw the oil painting sign Bailey Yi. It was a scene of him and little Wingsy catching butterflies by the riverbank. He smiled as he looked at his son, and his son smiled as he looked up at him. What was different from reality was that a beautiful woman was sitting on the grass beside them, watching them with a smile on her face. The painting next to his son's was Xia Xiaobao's work. It was a scene of a mother and son flying a kite. For some reason, Bailey Han suddenly felt a strange sense of harmony when these 2 paintings were placed together. Su Yinxian pointed at the beautiful woman in Bailey Yi's painting and asked curiously, "Xiao Yi, who is she?" Bailey Yi pursed his lips, and his little face was expressionless. "She's my mommy." Su Yinxian couldn't help but tighten her grip on his hand and smiled awkwardly. "I see." Bailey Han's face darkened, and he lowered his voice. "Xiao Yi, Auntie Yinxian will be your mommy from now on." Bailey Yi shook off Su Yinxian's hand and looked up at him. His little face was full of determination as he said word by word, "No, she's not my mommy." Bailey Han's face darkened, and he looked at him sharply. "Bailey, your mommy is no longer here. I won't allow you to be willful. I don't believe it. Mommy won't die." Bailey Yi's eyes quickly turned red and tears gathered in his eyes, but he stubbornly held them back. Although everyone had told him that his mother was dead, he had never believed it. "Xiao Yi." Bailey Han's voice became stern, and it attracted the attention of the people around them. Su Yinxian hurriedly pulled his arm and said softly, "Han, don't be like this." Bailey Han's sharp gaze swept across and immediately forced the curious gazes around them to retreat. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger and said coldly, "Let's go to the auditorium." Bailey's little face darkened and he followed behind them. The auditorium was beautifully decorated. The children's seats were arranged in the front and the parents' seats were arranged in the back. Xiaodong sat by the aisle and occasionally looked back. From afar, she saw Bailey Han and Su Yunxian walking in hand. Walking beside them was Bailey Yi. Bailey Yi seemed unhappy. His little face was dark and there was no smile at all. It was exactly the same as Bailey Han's cold face. Xiaodong bit her lip and turned her head away from them. She didn't expect them to sit in the row behind her. She could clearly hear Su Yunxian's voice. "Xiao Yi, your performance is the third. I'll send you backstage to prepare, okay?" Bailey Yi replied stiffly, "No need. I can go by myself." Bailey Han was still angry. When he heard his words, he couldn't help but scold him. "Bailey Yi, is this how I usually teach you? Where are your manners?" Xiaodong's body stiffened. Bailey Han scolding his son was like a whip to her heart. Bailey Yi was silent for a few seconds before he said, "I'm sorry." Su Yunxian said gently, "Forget it. The child didn't do it on purpose." "Xiao Yi, be careful when you go backstage by yourself." Bailey Yi grunted and walked backstage with his short legs. When he passed by Xiaodong, she saw him biting his lip and his eyes shining. Her heart suddenly ached, and she almost couldn't help but throw herself at him and pull him into her embrace. Brother Yi Xiaoguai, who was sitting in the front row, saw Bailey Yi walking over and quickly waved her little hand. Brother Bailey Yi hadn't calmed down when he suddenly heard Xiao Guai calling him. He clenched his little fists and pretended not to see her. He walked straight past her and headed backstage. "Sob sob. Brother Yi is ignoring me. I'm so sad." Xiao Guai rubbed her eyes. Xiao Bao, who loved his little sister very much, couldn't stand it anymore. He ran up to Bailey Yi, put his hands on his hips, and glared at him angrily. "Bailey Yi, what's with your attitude? My little sister is calling you. Didn't you hear her?" Bailey Yi looked at him coldly. "Get out of my way. I'm in a bad mood right now. Hurry up and respond to my little sister. Otherwise, I won't get out of your way." Xiao Bao raised his chin angrily. "Lame." Bailey Yi rolled his eyes. "Bailey Yi, you egomaniac. You've completely pissed me off." Xiao Bao was so angry that his teeth itched. He wanted nothing more than to pounce on him and bite him to death. Attention Songshu 566. Chapter 111. Brother Yi, stop fighting." Xiao Guai saw that they were at daggers drawn and ran between them with tears in her eyes to stop them. "Brother, stop fighting. If Mommy finds out, she won't be happy." Xiao Bao stood on his tiptoes to look at the back row and saw that his mother was also looking in their direction. He glared fiercely at Bailey. "You're lucky. I won't argue with you today." Bailey Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and said coldly, "I don't have time to argue with you. If you have time, why don't you take care of your love-struck sister?" Every time she saw him, she would enthusiastically rush over. He hated love-struck fools the most. Xiao Bao stomped his feet in anger and pointed at his nose. "I'm warning you. Don't talk bad about my sister." "Humph." Bailey snorted coldly and shrugged his small shoulders. With an indifferent look, he walked away without looking back. "Oh my God, I'm so angry." Xiao Bao twisted his small body, intending to pounce over and fight with him. However, after pouncing for a long time, he didn't succeed because Xiao Guai hugged him from behind. Xiao Bao's soft little voice immediately calmed his anger. "Brother, don't be angry. Let's put on a good show later and dress up that arrogant fellow." Xiao Bao was relieved and patted her head. "Gi Guy, you finally saw the true nature of that guy. From now on, you're not allowed to call anyone else brother other than brother." Yes. Xiao Guai rubbed against him ingratiatingly. "Brother is the best." Xiaodong noticed that something seemed to have happened over at the children's side. She stood up and was about to walk over to take a look when Xiao Bao held Xiao Guai's hand and returned to their seats, so she sat down again. Bailey Han had already noticed her presence. However, Su Yinxian did not notice because she was tilting her head and talking to Bailey Han. Han, Xiao Yi is just a child. Don't be so angry with her. Bailey Han looked away from Xia Dong and said in a low voice, although he is young, he should be sensible. His mother is no longer around. Why can't he accept you? Su Yunxian said softly. In a child's heart, his mommy is irreplaceable. You shouldn't blame him. Bailey Han frowned. But this is unfair to you. Su Yunxian held his hand. I don't care. As long as you treat me well, that's enough. As for Xiao Yi, time will tell. I believe that he will accept me as time goes by. Bailey Han looked at her, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. Yinxian, thank you. Su Yinxian leaned on his shoulder, and Bailey Han hugged her waist. The two of them were so affectionate. Xia Dong, who was sitting in the front row, gripped the seat tightly with her fingers. She doubted Su Yinxian's words. Su Yinxian had once revealed her dislike for Xiao Yi in front of her. Would she really treat Xiao Yi well for Bailey Han's sake? Xia Dong closed her eyes helplessly. She wanted to protect the three children, but it was so difficult. The music started and the performance officially began. The host went on stage and gave a long speech. The audience burst into thunderous applause. Next, let's enjoy the performance that Xiao Lingling from Class 1 has brought to us. A little girl in a princess dress went on stage and sang a song with a childish voice. Next was the second performance. A pair of twin sisters danced a folk dance. When the dance ended, the lights on the stage dimmed. It was Bailey Yi's turn to go on stage. After more than 10 seconds, a beam of light quickly moved to the center of the stage. There was a piano there. Sitting in front of the piano was Bailey Yi in a white tuxedo. Under the soft light, he was as charming as the Moonlight Prince. Bailey Yi's head was slightly lowered in concentration. His fingertips fell on the piano keys, and beautiful notes slowly flowed out. It was the famous Moonlight song. His fingertips poured out a different kind of moonlight. The audience couldn't help but close their eyes and feel the charm of the moonlight below the stage. Bailey Han looked at his son with indescribable pride in his eyes. That was his son. His son was so outstanding that even he, as a father, couldn't believe it. Xia Dong was also proud, but more than that, she was bitter. She looked at the little person on stage with eyes full of affection. At the end of the song, thunderous applause resounded in every corner of the auditorium. Xia Dong's palms were red from clapping. Bailey Yi is indeed a genius student. Even the principal sitting in the judging panel couldn't help but praise him. Everyone's praises were endless, and the corners of Bailey Han's lips couldn't help but curve up. On the stage, Bailey Yi was neither anxious nor impatient. He elegantly walked to the front of the stage and courteously bowed to the audience. Then, he straightened his body and proudly accepted everyone's praises. Xiao Bao's performance was later, so he hadn't gone backstage to prepare yet. Instead, he sat in the front row to watch the performance. Seeing that Bailey Yi received cheers from the audience, he raised his chin in disdain and snorted, "Humph, what's there to be proud of? It's just playing the piano. I can do it too." More than half of the performance went on. Finally, it was Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai's turn to go on stage. When they went on stage, everyone was shocked, especially the children in the kindergarten, who screamed, "Wow, so cute, so handsome. Conan, I love you. Oh, little prince, you can do it." Xiao Bao was wearing a black suit like the one Conan wore in Detective Conan. He wore a pair of suit shorts, a red bow tie around his neck, and a pair of large black-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. Even his hairstyle was exactly the same as Conan's. He carried a large backpack and kicked a soccer ball as he jogged onto the stage. After he went on stage, he showed off his superb soccer skills to everyone. Seeing how he played the soccer ball in all kinds of ways, the children couldn't help but applaud. At this time, Xiao Guai, who was cosplaying as AI UNI, went on stage. He coolly spoke to Xiao Bao in Japanese. Behind the curtain, someone translated at the same time. The general idea was that monster thief Giddy had appeared and was going to steal the museum's treasures. Their mission was to protect the treasures and capture monster thief Giddy at the same time. The scene changed. Strange thief Gid was wearing a cloak and a mask. He stood on the rooftop against the wind. He moved his hand to his waist, and the glider immediately spread out. He flew up from the stage and into the museum. He stole the treasure under the strict watch of the police. Gid was on his way to the museum. Everyone's eyes widened. Xia Dong was sweating. Although she had tested it many times, she was still worried that an accident would happen while the hang glider was flying. Of course, this script wasn't the original Detective Conan. It was a cosplay drama that she had personally rewritten. Both Detective Conan and Giddy on stage were cosplayed by Xiao Bao. His calm and rational expression was just like Detective Conan. When he was cosplaying Giddy, he exuded a mysterious aura that made the little girl scream uncontrollably. Before the show ended, Detective Conan held AI Yuanai's hand and sang the theme song of the anime in Japanese. The children's screams reached a peak. After the show ended, Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai's show had the highest number of votes and won first place. Bailey E won second place with a difference of 1 vote. Bailey E was in a terrible mood. Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai happily held the first place trophy and went to Xia Dong's seat to look for her. Xia Dong stood up and hugged them. Su Yunqian's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and her whole body froze. Xia Dong. It was actually Xia Dong. Wasn't she sold to another province by an assassin? Why was she here? Su Yunqian was so angry that she was about to go crazy. Bailey Yi's face was cold as he hugged the trophy for second place and came back. Su Yunqian suppressed her anger and tried to smile. Xiao Yi, your performance just now was great. Bailey Yi bit his lip and looked at the row of excited Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai in front of him. He was so depressed that he was about to cry. He didn't care about first place, but he was angry that Xia Xiao Bao had beaten him. Bailey Han seemed to know what he was thinking and patted his head. Victory and defeat are common in war. You lost this time, but learn from your experience and strive for victory next time. Okay. Bailey nodded heavily. Han, the performance is over. Let's go home. Su Yunqian felt uncomfortable every time she saw Xia Dong. She wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. They were about to leave the auditorium when they suddenly heard Xiao Guai's anxious voice. Mommy, what's wrong? Bailey Han suddenly turned around and saw Xia Dong holding Xiao Guai's hand with one hand and holding the back of the chair with the other. Her face was pale and her body was trembling slightly. He knew that something was wrong. Her drug addiction was acting up. Damn it. Why did it act up 2 hours in advance? Xia Dong had calculated that the time would be just right after she sent the children home and rushed to Mika Kito's villa. However, she didn't expect the drug addiction to act up so early. When the children came back from receiving the award, she already felt that something was wrong. She resisted the urge to take them away, but she didn't expect Xiao Guai to discover that something was wrong. She quickly covered Xiao Guai's mouth and said in a low voice, Mommy is fine. Mommy is just a little tired. Babies, let's go out quickly. Your Uncle Shun should be waiting at the school gate. Xiao Bao looked at her worriedly and held Xiao Guai's hand. Mom, I'll hold Xiao Guai's hand and leave. Be careful. Xia Dong nodded. She endured the discomfort all over her body and led the children out. It was so uncomfortable that sweat broke out on her forehead and her legs were trembling. She tried to walk out in a normal posture, but her body was still out of control. When she reached the door, she staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, a pair of arms supported her firmly. Thank you. She gritted her teeth and looked up. She was stunned. Bailey Han. Bailey Han's expression was very ugly. His hands were stiff as he supported her. Aunt. Su Yunqian watched as Bailey Han rushed forward and supported Xia Dong just as she was about to fall. Bailey Han only glanced at Su Yunqian hesitantly before turning his attention to Xia Dong. Why isn't Mika Keto with you? Damn it. How could Mika Keto let her go out alone? Didn't he know that she could be in danger at any time? No, it has nothing to do with him. The little addict in Xia Dong's body woke up and scratched at her heart and lungs. It was so uncomfortable that it was difficult for her to even breathe, but she still insisted on pushing him away. She staggered away. Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai watched in horror and reached out their little arms to support her legs. Bailey Han couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed forward and carried Xia Dong. Su Yinxian was shocked and took 2 steps back in disbelief. Bailey Han looked at Su Yinxian and said apologetically, "Yinxian, I'll take her back. You, and shall we go home first? I'll explain it to you when I get home." Su Yinxian forced a smile and said, "Okay." Bailey Han looked at her deeply and carried Xia Dong away. Xia Dong grabbed his arm and begged in a low voice, "Please, don't let the children see me like that." This was a kindergarten. How could she avoid the children's sight? Come and see. Songshu 566. Chapter 112. Bailey Han furrowed his brows as an idea popped into his mind. However, he would have to trouble Yinxian again. He looked at Su Yinxian awkwardly and said, "Yinxian, please take care of Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai. I'll come here to pick you up in an hour. Trust me." He emphasized the last 3 words with a lot of force. Su Yinxian's heart was already riddled with holes, but she still had a faint smile on her face. "Okay, I'll wait here for you to come back." Xia Dong dug her nails in her palms and endured the pain as she said to the children, "Bao Bao, Gigai, wait here for Mommy. Mommy will be back soon." Xiao Guai pouted unhappily. Xiao Bao held her hand, put his finger to his lips, and shushed her. Then he said, "Mom, come back quickly." After giving instructions, Bailey Han didn't stay any longer. He carried Xia Dong and rushed to the parking lot. When he left in a Rolls-Royce, Mika Kido was driving towards the school gate and happened to pass by the Rolls-Royce. Xiao Bao looked at Su Yinxian, whose face was ashen, and then looked at Bailey E, whose little face was cold and silent. Finally, he pulled Xiao Guai to sit on the bench by the flower bed. Xiao Guai shook his arm and said softly, "Brother, Mommy looks unwell. Will she be okay?" Xiao Bao patted her head. "Gigai, don't worry. Mommy will be fine." He lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes hiding the worry in his eyes. Ever since his mother came back, she had been acting strangely. What was she hiding from them? Su Yinxian took a deep breath and tried to calm down. "Xiao E, are you tired? Do you want to sit down and rest for a while?" Bailey E curled his lips. "No need. I don't want to sit in the same chair as that annoying guy." Hey, you loser. You're the annoying one. Your whole family is annoying." Xiao Bao stood up abruptly with her arms akimbo and her eyes wide open. "That's right, the whole family is annoying." "Humph." Bailey E looked at him like he was an idiot. "Did I say you were the annoying guy? Don't take it personally, okay?" Xiao Bao was so angry that his face and neck were red. His little body rushed in front of him, and he pushed his chest fiercely. "Hey, I've long found you an eyesore. Let's fight. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who?" Bailey raised his chin and puffed out his chest, looking insufferably arrogant. Su Yinxian had a headache. She couldn't care less about her Leda-like image and quickly stood between the two of them. "You two don't fight. Auntie Yinxian, this has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere." Bailey impatiently waved her away. "Auntie, go away. Don't be a busybody." Xiao Bao rolled his eyes and pushed her away. This annoying woman dared to bully his mother. He had tolerated her for a long time. "Auntie?" The veins on Su Yinxian's forehead were throbbing. Damn it, this be *TCH's son dared to taunt her. Why was she still pretending to be a good person? Hurry up and leave. Let these two brothers fight to the death. That's right, that's it. Su Yinxian sneered and took a step back, leaving the battlefield to the two little guys. However, to prevent others from criticizing her for being irresponsible, she called out hypocritically, Xiao Bao, don't fight. Fighting is wrong." Bailey and Xiao Bao saw her hypocritical look and rolled their eyes at the same time. "Why are you copying me? Why are you copying me?" The two little guys shouted at the same time and reached out their right hands to grab each other's collars. The two of them quickly started fighting. Xiao Guai anxiously shouted from the side, "Brother, brother, stop fighting." Su Yunxian pretended to want to stop the fight, but didn't dare to. Bailey snorted. While she wasn't paying attention, he kicked her calf, causing her to scream in pain. Xiao Bao saw Bailey Yi's every move and raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this guy to hate that bad woman, Su Yunxian, as much as he did. Xiao Bao didn't want to be left behind. He quietly aimed at Su Yunxian's other leg and viciously kicked it. Su Yunxian screamed again. She clutched her leg in pain and took 2 steps back. She bent down to check on her injury. Xiao Bao snickered. Bailey, he looked at him in surprise. He pursed his lips provocatively and lowered his voice. "Do you hate her too?" Bailey nodded. Xiao Bao revealed a devilish smile and whispered, Push me in front of her." Bailey's gaze swept over, and he quickly reacted. He suddenly roared, Xiao Bao, you annoying person. Go to hell." He exerted force in his arms and pushed Xiao Bao in front of Su Yunxian. "Ah!" Xiao Bao screamed. Using Bailey's push, he quickly and viciously slammed into Su Yunxian. Su Yunxian was bending over to check on her injury when she heard a scream. When she looked up, she saw a black shadow slamming into her. Before she could dodge, she was slammed to the ground by the black shadow. Crack! She heard the sound of her wrist being twisted. A sharp pain came from her wrist. It was so painful that she frowned. "Oh, Auntie, I'm so sorry." Xiao Bao twisted his hips and rolled on her stomach a few times before reluctantly jumping to the side. He looked uneasy. "Auntie, are you okay? Let me help you up." "Go away." Su Yunxian pushed him away in disgust. Although most of the people in the kindergarten had left, such a big commotion still alarmed a few passers-by. A teacher hurried over. "Madam, are you okay?" Su Yunxian quickly adjusted her expression and revealed a weak and helpless expression. "My hand hurts. I think I twisted it. May I ask where the infirmary is?" The female teacher helped her up sympathetically and said, "I'll take you there. What about the children?" "We'll stay here." Xiao Bao and Bailey said in unison. Then they cast their gazes on Xiao Guai. She blinked her large eyes and said obediently, "I'll stay here too." "All right, don't move around. The teacher will bring your mommy back soon." This time, the 3 children said in unison, "Teacher, she's not our mommy." The teacher smiled awkwardly. Su Yunxian also smiled. "Teacher, I'm their guardian. Let's go to the infirmary first." Damn it, her hand was hurting so much. Also, her leg was hurting too. Okay. The teacher supported the limping Su Yunxian and walked to the infirmary. As soon as they left, Bailey, and Xiao Bao turned around angrily and ignored each other. Xiao Guai blinked her large eyes and giggled. Brother, I saw it just now. You guys hurt that auntie on purpose." Xiao Bao turned to look at her angrily. "Xiao Guai, did you forget what you promised me? You're not allowed to call anyone other than me brother." Xiao Guai stuck out her tongue cutely. "Sorry, I forgot. What should I call him? Bailey? Whatever it is, you're not allowed to call him brother." Xiao Bao said angrily. Bailey looked at Xiao Guai coldly. "You're not allowed to say anything." "I won't say anything." Xiao Guai made a face. "I don't like people that brother doesn't like." Xiao Bao patted her head in relief. "Brother, you're sweating a lot." Xiao Guai took out a clean handkerchief from her small bag and carefully wiped the sweat off his face. There was a sweet smile on her rosy cheeks. "Brother, you look like a little kitten now. Don't make fun of me." Xiao Bao made a fierce face and brandished his claws. Xiao Guai was not afraid of him at all. Instead, she giggled. "Childish." Bailey snorted coldly. However, he could not hide the envy in his eyes. He had no siblings or friends. He never knew what it felt like to be close to people his age. "Brother oh no. Bailey, you're sweating too. Let me help you wipe." Before Bailey could object, a small figure was already standing in front of him. She reached out her arm and wiped the sweat off his face seriously. "Xiao Guai, you're not allowed to wipe his face." Xiao Bao grabbed Xiao Guai's arm in exasperation. However, he did not use any force as he was afraid of hurting her. Xiao Guai rolled her eyes. "Brother, you're so childish. I'm just wiping his sweat." Ah, wiping sweat is a very serious action. No, I won't allow it. All right, I won't wipe it then. Xiao Guai was speechless. She stuffed the handkerchief into Bailey Yi's hands. Bailey Yi, wipe it yourself. Bailey Yi held the handkerchief in a daze as he watched Xiao Bao angrily take Xiao Guai far away from him. He suddenly had a very strange feeling in his heart. Xiao Guai cupped her little face in her hands and asked eagerly, "Brother, why isn't Mommy back yet? Uncle Shun said he was going to pick us up, but he hasn't shown up yet." Xiao Bao was worried, but he had a reassuring smile on his face as he patted her head. "It's okay. Mommy will be back soon. Uncle Shun, she might have been delayed by something." "Oh," Xiao Guai said gloomily. "It's so boring sitting here." "How can it be boring? Brother will tell you a joke." Xiao Bao grinned and made a face. Okay. Xiao Guai clapped her meaty palms. She rolled her eyes and suddenly looked at Bailey Yi. She said, "Bailey Yi, my brother's jokes are really good. Come and listen too." "I'm not listening." Bailey Yi turned his face away arrogantly, but his ears were secretly perked up. At this moment, Bailey Han had already brought Xia Dong to a private clubhouse closest to the kindergarten. He wrapped her head and face in a jacket and carried her in. After that, he called Mika Kido. Hence, before Mika Kido could enter the kindergarten, she turned the car around and rushed to the private clubhouse as fast as she could. Waves of pain washed over her in waves. Xia Dong couldn't stop wailing. Fortunately, the room was soundproof. The two of them held her hands and legs down and stuffed a soft towel into her mouth. They anxiously waited for the drug addiction to pass. Half an hour later, the torture was finally over. Xia Dong stared blankly at the ceiling. After a few minutes, she came back to her senses and turned to look at Bailey Han. "Bailey Han, thank you." Bailey Han's handsome face was enigmatic under the dim light. He looked like a ghost. He was unusually handsome, but also evil and cold. His lips moved. "I just didn't want you to scare my son." Xia Dong grinned. This man obviously had a good heart, but he had to pretend to be cold and indifferent. Mika Kido was unhappy. She stepped forward and stood in front of Xia Dong. Xia, clean up first. We'll go to the kindergarten to pick up the child." "Okay." Xia Dong got up with his help. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Mika Kido looked at Bailey Han coldly. Bailey Han also looked at her coldly. Welfare Songshu 566. Chapter 113. Why did you leave her alone outside? Bailey Han's deep and cold eyes flashed with anger. You knew that she could be in danger at any time. Mika Kido clenched her fists and said with a cold face, "What happened today was my fault. It won't happen again." He thought that he could rush back to accompany her before her drug addiction kicked in, but he didn't expect that God's plan would be different. Bailey Han glanced in the direction of the bathroom and said in a low voice, "I'll bring the antidote tomorrow." Mika Kido interrupted him. "No need. The antidote has already been flown over from Japan. It will arrive tonight." Bailey Han sneered. "I thought double insurance would be safer." His words showed that he didn't trust him. Mika Kido's face darkened and the temperature around her dropped sharply. In the end, Mika Kido reluctantly compromised. Although it was embarrassing to compromise with a love rival, for Xiaodong's safety, double insurance was more reliable. When they returned to the kindergarten, Su Yunxian had already turned from an elegant goddess to a wounded patient. Her wrist was wrapped in thick gauze, and her calf was bruised. When she saw Bailey Han, Su Yunxian immediately threw herself at him and sobbed. Bailey Han frowned. "Why are you hurt? Is it serious?" Bailey pursed his lips. What a pretentious girl. On the other side, Su Yunxian was crying. Xia Dong didn't want to make things difficult for her in front of her, so she and Beitang Shun took the children home. Xia Dong's uncomfortable excuse could fool Xiao Guai, but it couldn't fool Xiao Bao. At night, Xiao Bao puffed up his cheeks and climbed into her bed. He said seriously, "Mom, are you hiding something from me? Why did you suddenly feel unwell at the garden party?" Xia Dong touched his head and said, "Son, I am indeed hiding something from you, but it's a good thing." "What is it?" Xia Dong smiled and said, I'm pregnant. Your revenge plan is already half successful. Aren't you happy? Xiao Bao's eyes widened. Mom, are you pregnant? Yeah. If you're pregnant, your entire body will tremble and you can't even walk properly. She nodded firmly. Of course. Back then, when I was pregnant with you and Gigai, I had a stronger reaction than this. She made up a lot of lies and finally managed to fool him. After leaving the kindergarten, Bailey Han drove Su Yunxian to the hospital. The examination confirmed that her wrist was severely sprained and she needed to rest for a week. Su Yunxian gritted her teeth in hatred. Damn it was all because of those two brats that she sprained her left wrist. She would take her revenge after she married Bailey Han. When they returned to the villa, Bailey Han personally opened the car door for her and helped her upstairs. Su Yunxian leaned into his arms, weak and weak. She bit her red lips and hesitated to speak. On, you said you would explain? Bailey Han held her shoulders, his handsome face serious and serious. Yunxian, something happened to Xia Dong. You can understand it this way. She's sick. When she's sick, her symptoms are quite scary. I didn't want to scare others, so I sent her home. Sick? It should be the drug addiction acting up. Su Yunxian sneered in her heart, but her face showed some uneasiness. She said, her illness isn't serious, right? Bailey Han's eyes darkened and his voice was calm. It's not serious. Su Yunxian lay in his arms and smiled brightly. That's good. You don't blame me? Bailey Han stroked her long hair. Of course. I was so angry at that time. I thought you and her had an ambiguous relationship. Su Yunxian looked up at him coquettishly and poked his chest with her uninjured hand. Tell me the truth. How do you know so much about her? Is there really nothing between you two? Bailey Han looked down at her slender fingers. His long eyelashes covered the complicated look that flashed across his eyes. He held her hand and said in a low voice, Since I've decided to spend the rest of my life with you, how can I have an ambiguous relationship with another woman? Su Yunxian chuckled and lay on his chest. Her heart was bitter. What he felt for her was no longer love, but responsibility. As long as they didn't get married, she wouldn't be at ease. A ruthless look flashed across her eyes. Since that B*TCH Xia Dong was back, she had to start the follow-up plan. Mikakito had been tracking down the people who kidnapped Xia Dong and the mastermind behind it. He suspected that the mastermind behind this incident was the same person who had released the video last time. After sending Xia Dong and the children home, he returned to his villa. His tall body leaned against the sofa, and he asked Jiang Dao coldly, How did it go? According to the description of the villagers in Kilagu, I drew the portraits of the two human traffickers. Jiang Dao unfolded a picture in his hand and showed it to Bai Shun as he explained, The traffickers are a man and a woman. The man is around 30 years old, with a height of 175 to 180 centimeters, and he's slightly plump. The woman is also about 30 years old, 165 to 170 centimeters tall, and average-looking. She doesn't have any special features. Mikakito glanced at the drawing and sneered. Jiang Dao, as a professional killer, will you show your true face when carrying out mission? Jiang Dao shook his head honestly. No. Mikakito's slender fingers tapped on the drawing. So, they also concealed their true faces. The only thing we can find out is their height. Jiang Dao's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, That man is left-handed and likes to chew gum. The villagers said that he never stopped chewing from the moment he got off the car until he left. Mikakito tapped her fingers even faster. We could deduce two things. First, he has this hobby. Second, he is trying to quit smoking. His face darkened, and he said, Now that we have narrowed down the scope of our search, make a list of his characteristics and ask our friends in the underworld. I want to get the news as soon as possible. Yes. Jiang Dao bowed and left. Mikakito called Lu Xing in. Lu Xing had handsome features, but his expression was cold. He stood straight with his hands behind his back. Mikakito looked at him and said in a low voice, Lu Xing, I'll give you one more chance. Protect Xia Dong 24/7. If she gets hurt again, you don't have to come and see me again. Understood. Lu Xing bowed stiffly. At the Su family's villa, Su Xingqian leaned comfortably on the soft bed. There were more than 10 pictures on the mattress in front of her, all of which were secretly taken when Xia Dong's drug addiction kicked in. Her lips curved into a strange smile. In this world, there was no impenetrable castle. She only spent a sum of money to kidnap the son of Xia Dong's nanny and made the nanny Gigai work for her. She raised her eyebrows. If she wanted to use Xia Dong to control Su Yunxian, she had to let Brother Han know that Su Yunxian was behind the kidnapping of Xia Dong. When Brother Han saw through Su Yunxian's true colors, would he still love her? Su Xingqian chuckled. She changed her SIM card and dialed a number. She laughed coquettishly. Godfather, it's so late and you're still awake? A man's low voice came from the other side of the phone. My precious goddaughter is looking for me. Even if I'm asleep, I have to wake up quickly. Su Xingqian rolled on the bed and laughed heartily. Godfather, you're so good to me. I like you the most. She kissed the man on the phone screen twice. Godfather, are the 2 killers you arranged for Su Yunxian reliable? The man was in his 40s and had a handsome face. He looked calm and capable, and there was an unfathomable shrewdness in his deep eyes. He laughed softly. Of course they're reliable. Why? Are you going to reel in the net? Su Xingqian pouted. Of course. Otherwise, the man I love will be snatched away by her. The man shook his head and looked at her affectionately. What's so good about Bailey Han that you treat him like this? Why don't Godfather introduce you to a few outstanding men? She stuck out her tongue. I don't want them. I like him. Okay. As long as you like him. Godfather will definitely help you get him. I like Godfather the most. Godfather, I think Mika Keto will find some clues soon. Don't forget to give him some hints. The man smiled gently. Okay, Godfather knows what to do. She acted coquettishly for a while more before hanging up the phone. She rolled around on the bed happily. Having learned her lesson from the day before, Xia Dong did not dare to delay after work. She got into the car that Mika Keto had sent to pick her up and went to Mika Keto's villa. She left the task of picking up the children to Jiangdao. At the same time, Bailey Han was holding a department meeting. When it was close to 6 o'clock, he looked up from time to time to check the time. The marketing director was writing a long report on the market development. Bailey Han knocked on the table and interrupted him. That's all for today's meeting. Redo your report. I want concise and comprehensive data, not long and flowery words. When Bailey Han rushed to Mika Keto's villa with the antidote, Xia Dong's drug addiction had already kicked in. She had already taken the antidote from Japan, but it could not completely remove the toxins in her body. It could only temporarily suppress the effects of the drug. Although she still felt terrible, she was much better than before. She could even joke around. With a pale face, she said, Brother Shun, it looks like I'll have to be your slave in my next life to repay you for saving my life. Mika Keto ruffled her hair and said in a hoarse voice, You don't have to be my slave. As long as you repay me with your body, I'll be grateful. Xia Dong laughed. Brother Shun, your Chinese is better than mine. You're fluent in idioms. Mika Keto hugged her and whispered, Don't say anything if you're feeling terrible. My heart aches when I see you like this. Bailey Han stood at the door. He suddenly felt that he was unnecessary. He put the antidote on the shelf at the entrance and turned to leave without saying goodbye. Xia Dong looked over Mika Keto's shoulder and saw Bailey Han's back. Under the setting sun, she felt inexplicably lonely. When Mika Keto heard the footsteps, he naturally knew that Bailey Han had come. When he heard the footsteps leave, he ruffled Xia Dong's hair and said softly, You did it on purpose. I just don't want to owe him anything. I already owe him too much. Xia Dong didn't look too good. She leaned into his arms tiredly. Mika Keto's gaze was deep and sharp. In my opinion, he's the one who let you down. Xia Dong smiled bitterly. Brother Shun, what happened back then wasn't what you think. He didn't let me down. He just wanted me to fulfill my promise. It was my promise that if I gave birth to a son, I would hand him over to Bailey's family to raise. Every time I talked about this issue, she would say the same thing. When he asked her for the reason, she wouldn't say anything. A hint of bitterness flashed across Mika Kito's eyes, but he still had a gentle smile on his face. Forget it. Let's not talk about those unhappy things. Yesterday, Xiao Bao won the first prize of the garden party. I promised to take him and Xiao Guai to Rome to visit Godfather during the summer vacation. Xia Dong was worried. Can Xiao Guai's body take it? Attention, Songshu 566. Chapter 114. Mika Kito stroked her hair. I was just about to discuss this with you. I want to take you to Rome to nurse your baby and Xiao Guai to stay in Rome for treatment. Let's get away from his troublesome place. What do you think? Xia Dong bit her lip. Brother Shun, let me think about it. I've thought about going to Rome to nurse my baby after I successfully stole the seed. But now my career has just started, and I suddenly realize that my existence can change the fate of many people. My job has become more meaningful. Frankly speaking, I don't want to leave. Most importantly, my family and friends are all here. I know all this. We're just staying in Rome temporarily. We'll come back after you give birth, and Xiao Guai recovers. Xia Dong hesitated. Brother Shun, I want to think about it again. Okay, think about it carefully. No matter what decision you make, I'll support you. Brother Shun, thank you. Silly, I've said before that I don't want to hear those words. Xia Dong's eyes were full of smiles. I'll remember it. You're welcome. Mika Kito looked down at her smile. His eyes were full of smiles and doting. Mika Kito's investigation soon came to a conclusion. Jiang Dao entered the office with 2 photos. Boss, we found out the identities of the killers. The man's nickname is White Tiger, and he's good at disguising and escaping. The woman's nickname is Suzaku, and she's ranked 3rd on the list of killers in the city. Suzaku and White Tiger have been partners for many years. One is responsible for killing, and the other is responsible for escaping. They've never failed. Mika Kito picked up the 2 photos on the table. White Tiger's face was covered by a beard. His shrewdness could only be seen through his cold and cunning eyes. As for Suzaku, she really didn't look like a killer. She was beautiful, charming, and eye-catching. But, like Poppy, the more charming she was, the more dangerous she was. Mika Kito's lips curved into a cold smile. His voice was bone-chilling. I want all their information, including their 3 generations of ancestors. I'll give you 2 days to find them. This time, I'll find out who's behind this. Mika Kito's people were busy searching for White Tiger and Suzaku's whereabouts. Su Yunxian did not stay idle either. She bribed one of Su Yunxian's private investigators and passed the photos of Xia Dong's drug addiction to Su Yunxian. Of course, Su Yunxian would not miss this opportunity to destroy Xia Dong. She used an overseas server to upload the photos online. As soon as the photo was released, Beitang Shun's men discovered it. Ever since the video incident, they had been keeping a close eye on the internet, waiting for the mastermind to show his tail. With sufficient preparation, they weren't in a hurry. Before the photo was released, they had already controlled the situation and tracked the mastermind's tracks. 2 days passed. Mika Kito was having a meeting at Bo AO Group. Jiang Dao suddenly walked up to him and bent down to whisper something in his ear. Mika Kito's lips curved into a strange smile. He stood up in a good mood. Today's meeting is over. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone was flattered and stood up. Thank you for your hard work, President. Mika Kito straightened his suit jacket and strode out. He exuded a domineering aura. As he walked past, the employees made way for him and bowed their heads respectfully. Jiang Dao followed closely behind. After leaving the building, Jiang Dao jogged to the car and opened the door for him. Mika Kito walked in and asked, "Where are they now?" "I just brought them back to the villa at Repulse Bay." Mika Kito patted Jiang Dao's shoulder and smiled eerily. "Jiang Dao, you did well." Jiang Dao's heart skipped a beat. Boss's devilish smile was on his face. Someone was going to be in trouble. Repulse Bay Villa was another villa owned by Mika Kito. As it was far from Xia Dong's house, he rarely stayed here. There were no large groups of servants in the villa. There was only a deaf and mute old man in charge of cleaning and feeding the dog. Mikakito went straight to the basement. To be more precise, it was a prison cell. As soon as he entered the basement, the strong smell of blood mixed with the stench of decay hit him in the face. It was nauseating. Under the glaring light, two badly mutilated bodies were tied to the wall by iron chains. Their faces were stained with blood. Judging from their figures, the one on the left was a man, and the one on the right was a woman. Seeing Mikakito enter, someone immediately pushed a chair over and placed it 5 meters away from the two men. Mikakito sat down and crossed his arms. He looked at the two men with an expressionless face. White Tiger, Suzaku, I'm sorry to interrupt your trip to Vanuatu. Let's talk about the case you recently took on. Jiang Dao walked over to them with Xiaodong's photo and showed it to them. Mikakito said coldly, You touched my woman. I want to know who your employer is. White Tiger spat out the bloody gum in his mouth and grinned. You got the wrong person. We don't even know her. Mikakito's sharp gaze swept over. White Tiger, real name Li Hu, 32 years old, has committed 45 crimes. Murder, kidnapping, theft, and trafficking of women. Jiang Dao, tell me, what kind of punishment will such a sinful person receive? Jiang Dao spat out 2 words coldly. Death by shooting. White Tiger laughed. Ever since I chose this path, I've never been afraid of death. Is that so? Mikakito's lips curled into a cruel smile. I wonder if your parents in your hometown have the same thoughts? White Tiger's blood-stained body froze. Suzaku suddenly sneered. Boss Beitang, you're really something. You even know our background. Then you must know that there are rules in our line of work. We never reveal our employer's information. Her blood-stained face turned to White Tiger and stared at him sharply. White Tiger gritted his teeth and lowered his head. He did not speak. Mikakito suddenly stood up and walked over to Suzaku. She met his gaze arrogantly, cold and determined. He sneered. Suzaku, no parents. You grew up in an orphanage. You don't seem to have any flaws. Suzaku looked back at him coldly. Mikakito, I advise you not to waste your time on us. No, why would it be a waste of time? Mikakito waved his hand. Jiang Dao took out a photo and handed it to Suzaku. She glanced at it, and her pupils constricted. Mikakito observed her reaction and said expressionlessly, She's the director of the orphanage, Lin Qingxiu. She's 54 years old this year. Director Lin said that she still remembers that 25 years ago, she picked up a baby girl who was less than a year old at the entrance of the orphanage. She named the baby girl Lin Wuyu because she hoped that the child could grow up without any worries. Am I right? Suzaku or Lin Wuyu? Suzaku said coldly, So Boss Beidang is good at telling stories. I'm impressed. Mikakito pinched her chin. His gloomy eyes were frighteningly cold. My patience is limited. I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. Tell me who the employer is. Otherwise, he glanced at White Tiger coldly. His parents and Director Lin will leave this world before you. Suzaku looked at him with hatred. She gritted her teeth and did not say a word. White Tiger hung his head lifelessly and did not say a word. Very well. It seems that you won't give up until you see the coffin, Jiang Dao. Mikakito shook off Suzaku's chin and wiped the blood on his fingers with a handkerchief. Jiang Dao waved his hand. Someone came in with a laptop and opened a video file. An elderly couple was tied to a chair. Their mouths were stuffed with rags. They stared at the camera in horror. The camera panned down. A small time bomb was tied to their calves. The timer showed that there was 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 6 seconds left. The ticking sound of the timer rang in the silent room. White Tiger was frightened. He looked at his elderly parents on the screen. His eyes were filled with pain and confusion. The scene changed. The main characters of the video were the children of the orphanage. They were laughing and jumping happily. They pushed the director of the orphanage in front of the camera. The director smiled kindly. Wuyu, I'm relieved to hear that you're doing well. I told you that I shouldn't disturb you. Your friend is very enthusiastic. He insisted that I follow him to stay at your place for a few days. Suzaku slowly closed her eyes and stopped watching the video. Mikakito said coldly, "You have 1 hour and 30 minutes to think. Once the time is up, the bomb will explode and Director Lin will meet with an accident on her way out of the orphanage." After saying this, Mikakito left with his men without looking back. Only White Tiger and Suzaku were left in the spacious basement. The ticking sound of the time bomb on the laptop could be heard. Drip, 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 drip. The sound of the drip beat on their hearts. Mikakito looked at the two silent people on the monitor. He leaned back and lay comfortably on the chair. Jiang Dao hesitated for a moment and asked, "Boss, will this trick work?" Mikakito said coldly, "As long as they have a weakness, it will work. Their family is their weakness." When he was negotiating with them, he could tell that they were cold-blooded but not heartless enough. They couldn't let go of their feelings. "Boss, if they confess, how should we deal with them?" Mikakito looked at Jiang Dao domineeringly. "What do you think? No matter what the reason was, anyone who dared to touch his woman must die." Jiang Dao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He felt that he had asked a stupid question. Time ticked by. Through the monitor, it could be seen that White Tiger was becoming more and more restless. Its slightly plump body was twisting and turning. Although Vermilion Bird was still calm, her clenched fists revealed her nervousness at the moment. 10 minutes left. 5 minutes left. White Tiger finally couldn't take it anymore. He turned to Suzaku. "Suzaku, let's admit defeat." Vermilion Bird's face was covered in blood, and it was already impossible to see her face. She bit her lips tightly, and even when she tasted the taste of blood, she still refused to let go. There were still 3 minutes left. 2 minutes later, the sound of water splashing could be heard in the video. It turned out that White Tiger's parents were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. White Tiger's shoulders trembled, and he shouted, "Mikakito, I know you're there. Come out. I'll tell you everything. Let go of my parents now." Tick-tock, tick-tock. The timer was still ringing. 1 minute, 50 seconds. White Tiger was on the verge of breaking down. He shouted hysterically, "Mikakito, let go of my parents. Let them go. I beg you. I'm begging you." 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. The screen suddenly changed. Principal Lin said goodbye to the children and walked out of the orphanage with her luggage. Not far away, an unlicensed car was speeding in her direction. "Come and see." Songshu 566. Chapter 115. Suzaku's eyes widened in horror as she screamed frantically, "I'll talk. I'll talk. Stop. Stop." 2 seconds, 1 second. Just as Director Lin was scared silly by the menacing car, the person beside her pushed her away from the roaring car like lightning. At the same time, the car suddenly turned the steering wheel, turned into a small alley, and quickly disappeared. The video cut to White Tiger's parents, and the timer stopped at 0.01 seconds. Although the bomb did not explode, his parents had already fainted from the shock. White Tiger and Suzaku were trembling in fear. Mikakito's crisp footsteps were heard, and his tall figure appeared in front of them. He said expressionlessly, "You can tell me now. Who ordered you to do this?" White Tiger looked at the computer screen nervously. "Before we tell you, we have to ensure their safety." Mikakito waved his hand, and Jiang Dao took out his phone and said a few words in Japanese. After a few seconds, a man wearing a mask appeared on the screen. He removed the bomb tied to White Tiger's parents' legs and stuffed something into their mouths. White Tiger looked up at Mikakito. Mikakito said indifferently, "Don't be nervous. That drug was only used to make them forget this unpleasant memory." Suzaku sneered, erasing their memories and cleaning up the scene without leaving any clues. "Mikakito, you're so smart." Beidang Shin didn't care about her sarcastic tone at all. His gaze fell on her indifferently. "As for your Principal Lin, because an accident almost happened, your friend deeply apologized and asked her to rest for a while before visiting you. Are you satisfied with my arrangements?" "I'm satisfied. I couldn't be more satisfied." Suzaku sighed. "Mikakito, I admit defeat. Mika Keto leaned back comfortably in his chair. Very well. Now let's talk about what you know. Remember, don't play any tricks. If I can threaten you once, I can threaten you a second time. White Tiger quickly exchanged glances with Shizuku, and there was a look of submission in his eyes. The vermilion bird closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were already cold. Under the contrast of the blood that filled her eyes, she appeared extremely cold. She slowly said, Su Yunxian. I once heard the employer's name from the middleman. Her name is Su Yunxian. Mika Keto's eyes narrowed. Are you talking about Su Yunxian, the daughter of Su Bolin? Su Yunxian must be rich to be able to pay 2 million to hire an assassin. There were many people with the same name in this world, but there was only one rich Su Yunxian. Mika Keto narrowed her eyes, and there was a dangerous glint in her eyes. I want to know more details, Shizuku said. In the beginning, the employer wanted to create an accident to get rid of Miss Xia's baby. White Tiger and I did a lot of things, but Miss Xia was very lucky and escaped all of them. Mika Keto was shocked. Damn it. Only a few people knew about Xia's pregnancy. Where did Su Yunxian find out about it? Did Bailey Han find out? Later, the employer said that she wanted to change the plan. She wanted us to kidnap Miss Xia and sell her to a poor and remote place. Then, she would become addicted to drugs. Shizuku narrated the story emotionlessly, but Mika Keto was furious. Su Yunxian was too vicious. Drugs, poverty, and a deformed child. She wanted Xia to live in pain and despair for the rest of her life. He suppressed his anger and stared coldly at Shizuku. Who is your middleman? Shizuku said calmly. I can't say. Mika Keto stared at her coldly. After a few seconds, he suddenly stood up and said coldly, I can let go of the middleman, but I don't believe you. You have to confront Su Yunxian face to face. Okay. Shizuku was relieved that he gave in. If she dared to betray the middleman, she wouldn't be any better than she was now. Mika Keto walked out of the basement and sat in the back seat of the car. He dialed Bailey Han's number. To be honest, he wanted to see Bailey Han's expression when he found out that Su Yunxian was the mastermind. What a pity. As soon as the call connected, Beitang Shun briefly explained the situation. Of course, he did not mention that Xia Dong was pregnant. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then, Bailey Han said coldly, Yunxian would never do such a thing. Mika Keto sneered. I knew you would say that. So, I'll give you and Su Yunxian a chance to argue. I'll take you to see the two killers at 8 o'clock tonight. After hanging up the phone, Bailey Han stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his office. Looking at the tall buildings outside, he suddenly felt depressed. He didn't believe that Su Yunxian would do such a thing. In his eyes, she had always been elegant and kind. It was impossible for her to do such a vicious thing. Linda, inform all the departments that the afternoon meeting will be postponed to tomorrow. I'm going out. Bailey Han informed Linda through the internal phone. He straightened his coat and walked out quickly. Hello, Mr. Bailey. In the Su group, Su Yunxian's assistant was surprised and stood up to greet him. The director is in a meeting. She'll be back soon. I'll wait for her in the office. Bailey Han's face was cold, and his deep eyes were full of a terrifying aura. No one dared to look at him directly. Okay. The assistant quickly opened the office door. Please come in. What would you like to drink? Coffee or tea? Black coffee, no sugar. Okay, please wait a moment. Su Yunxian walked out of the meeting room. Her left wrist was still bandaged. The assistant hurried forward and whispered, Director, Mr. Bailey has been here for half an hour. He's waiting for you in your office. Su Yunxian raised her eyebrows. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Mr. Bailey said not to disturb your meeting. Okay, I see. Su Yunxian waved her hand, opened the office door, and walked in. In the office, Bailey Han stood facing the floor-to-ceiling window with his back to her. His tall and straight body was like a pine tree. She walked forward and hugged him from behind with her right hand. She chuckled and said, Han, why are you here? Bailey Han didn't move and let her hug him. His voice was very calm. Yinxian, I'm here for one thing. Su Yinxian sensed that something was wrong with his mood. She let go of him and walked to his face. She smiled and said, "What's the matter? It's about Xiaodong." There was no expression on his face, and his voice was very calm. But Su Yinxian felt inexplicably uneasy. He looked at her and continued. A few days ago, Xiaodong was kidnapped and sold to a remote mountain village. Mika Kido caught the kidnappers and questioned them about the mastermind behind the kidnapping. The kidnappers said that they were ordered by you. Su Yinxian suddenly widened her eyes. Her astonished expression was completely exposed. How could it be? I wouldn't do such a thing. I don't know any kidnappers. She anxiously grabbed his arm. Han, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. Bailey Han looked at her steadily. Her shock and panic were so real that they didn't seem fake. He slowly held her hand. Of course I believe you. Mika Kido will take us to see the kidnappers at 8 o'clock tonight. At that time, you can prove your innocence. She bit her lip and seemed to be so anxious that she was about to cry. But what if they insist that it was me and frame me for this matter? What should I do? Han, I'm so scared. How could this happen? Bailey Han looked into her eyes. If they really framed you, then we'll find the real mastermind behind this. Yinxian, don't be afraid. I'm here. Su Yinxian was touched and threw herself into his arms. Her delicate body trembled slightly. In a place where he couldn't see, a trace of ruthlessness flashed through her beautiful eyes. Damn it, those two stupid killers dared to betray her. She had to quickly think of a countermeasure. After Bailey Han left, Su Yinxian supported her cheek with one hand and looked out of the window expressionlessly, thinking of a countermeasure. Her phone suddenly rang. Her eyes lit up and she smiled as she answered. She said in English, "Darling, how's it going?" The man on the other side of the phone said in a low and magnetic voice, "Don't worry about me. The trap has been dug, and we're just waiting for the prey to jump in." Her smile became even brighter. "Very good, darling. I've run into some trouble here. I need to borrow your falcon." "No problem, but you can't let Falcon's identity be exposed. He's my secret weapon." "Don't worry. I just wanted to do me a small favor." Falcon was a hacker. He was more powerful than Killer Whale. The difference was that Killer Whale could be bought with money, but Falcon only worked for his master. She had already thought of a way to turn the tables, but the risk was very high. Su Yinxian's lips curled into a strange smile. However, if the risk wasn't high, how could it be exciting? At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Dao drove to the predetermined location and picked up Bailey Han and Su Yinxian. When they arrived at the Repulse Bay Villa, Mika Kido had also just arrived. He had just accompanied Xia Dong through her drug addiction at her house and rushed over. He didn't hide the existence of the basement and directly brought the two of them into the basement. As soon as they walked into the basement, Su Yinxian couldn't help but frown at the unpleasant smell. The light was very glaring, illuminating every corner clearly. Bailey Han glanced at White Tiger and Suzaku, who were chained to the wall. Su Yinxian appeared to be a little timid as she held onto Bailey Han's arm delicately. Bailey Han patted the back of her hand comfortingly, indicating that she shouldn't be afraid. Mika Kido looked meaningfully at Su Yinxian before finally looking at Suzaku. "Suzaku, this is Su Yinxian, Miss Su, the employer you mentioned. Now that she's standing in front of you, what do you want to say to her?" Suzaku was silent for 2 seconds before she said, "Miss Su, I'm sorry. I have to betray you for the people I want to protect." Attention, Shinwu 799. Chapter 116. Su Yinxian was stunned. "But I don't even know you. I don't know what you're talking about." Suzaku said, "On June 30th, you issued a mission through a middleman. Within 5 days, you were to create an accident and cause Miss Xia Dong to lose her child." "Wait a minute. What do you mean by lose the child?" Bailey Han suddenly interrupted Suzaku. Suzaku was about to answer when Mika Kido beat her to it and said, Xia is pregnant." Bailey Han's eyes narrowed. She was pregnant? Whose child was it? He immediately thought of what happened that night at Charm Club. They didn't take any precautions. Could it be? He was nervous and uneasy, but there was also a hint of anticipation. Damn it, what was he anticipating? He was about to marry Su Yunxian, and she already had a fiancé. Mika Keto seemed to see through his thoughts. She smiled and said, Xia didn't want to have a child so soon. I want her to give the baby and Gigai a younger brother or sister. All right, Shizuku, continue. So it was Mika Keto's child. Bailey Han's nervous fists slowly relaxed, but he felt a little uncomfortable. Su Yunxian was also suspicious. She was originally certain that Xia Dong was pregnant with Bailey Han's child, but after hearing Mika Keto's words, she was a little doubtful. However, she didn't dwell on it for long. She still focused on Shizuku. After the small interlude, Shizuku continued. In the past 5 days, we created many accidents, but Miss Xia avoided all of them. After Miss Xia heard this, she changed her plan. She asked us to kidnap Miss Xia and sell her to another province. She also asked the middleman to give us a box of medicine and let us inject it into Miss Xia. Su Yunxian frowned and said, Your name is Shizuku, right? Shizuku, I think what you said is full of loopholes. If I was really the employer, I wouldn't let anyone know my identity. How did you know that I was the employer? Shizuku said, According to the rules of this line of work, killers accept missions through the middleman. They wouldn't know the employer's identity, but I have a good relationship with the middleman, so he felt that it wouldn't matter if he told me. Su Yunxian smiled. Did your middleman tell you the employer's identity before? Vermilion Bird paused. No. Su Yunxian stared into her eyes. Then why did you tell me the employer's identity this time? Don't you think it's strange? Or should I say this is a scam? You want to frame me? Shizuku's voice turned cold. No, the middleman wouldn't do such a thing. In our line of work, reputation is the most important thing. The middleman wouldn't ruin his own reputation. Bailey Han said in a low voice, Who is your middleman? Ask him to come over and explain it clearly. Impossible. Shizuku refused without thinking. I've already reached my limit by betraying the employer. If I betray the middleman, not only will White Tiger and I lose our lives, even our relatives won't have a good ending. Su Yunxian said considerately, Since that's the case, we won't force you. But you have to show evidence to prove that what you said is true. Shizuku smiled. Miss Su, I remember that you transferred the money to us. Why don't you ask Mr. Beidang to check your account? Su Yunxian smiled. Sure, Mr. Beidang. If you need, I can give you all my bank accounts. There's no need. Mika Keto spat out these 3 words coldly and signaled to Jiang Dao with her eyes. Jiang Dao took out a piece of detailed account information from the folder in his hand. Jiang Dao explained, We checked the account that transferred the money to Shizuku. The person who opened the account is Yi Qing. Miss Su must know her because she's a servant in Miss Su's house. Su Yunxian was shocked. How could this be? Sister Yi wouldn't do such a thing. Mika Keto sneered. Of course Yi Qing wouldn't hire someone to kidnap Xia. It's just that her account was stolen. Su Yunxian said unhappily. What do you mean? Are you suspecting that I used Sister Yi's account? Mika Keto glanced at her coldly. It's not a suspicion. It's the truth. Bailey Han stepped forward and stood side by side with Su Yunxian to confront Mika Keto. Mr. Beidang, since you also said that Yi Qing's account was stolen, that person might not necessarily be Yunxian. Please show us more concrete evidence. Mika Keto's sharp gaze swept over Shizuku. Shizuku bit her lip and her eyes suddenly lit up. There's another way. The small metal box containing the medicine was handed to the middleman by the employer, who then handed it to me. The middleman wore gloves when he handed it to me. Every time I touched it, I also wore gloves. If we check for fingerprints, we might be able to find the employer. Mika Keto's expression changed. Many people had touched the box, including Wang Fugue and the others who were far away in Chili Valley. If they wanted to check the fingerprints one by one, it would definitely take a long time. Bailey Han also considered this problem and frowned. Is there any other evidence? Shizuku racked her brains, but could not think of any other evidence. White Tiger suddenly shouted excitedly, Photo, Miss Ya's photo. Suzuko also became excited after he reminded her. Yes, the middleman gave us a photo of the target and said that it was sent by the employer. There must be the employer's fingerprints on it. Su Yunqian's eyes moved. What photo? She was worried that there would be clues left behind, so she sent an electronic photo to her godfather. How could there be any fingerprints left? Mikakito asked. Where's the photo? White Tiger quickly said, it's in my bag. The bag White Tiger was talking about was the luggage he carried when he was caught by Mikakito's men. Hearing this, Jiang Dao immediately ran out of the basement. After a few minutes, he came back with his luggage. It's in the innermost pocket. White Tiger felt lucky that he did not throw away Xia Dong's photo. Wearing rubber gloves, Jiang Dao took out Xia Dong's photo from the bag. Mikakito nodded, and Jiang Dao immediately took the photo to someone to get the fingerprints on it. Mikakito whispered something to the person next to her. The person immediately put on a pair of gloves and brought over a clean glass. Miss Su, please leave your fingerprints. Su Yinxian looked at Bailey Han awkwardly. Bailey Han comforted her. Yinxian, don't be afraid. Leave your fingerprints. After they compare your fingerprints, they can prove your innocence. Su Yinxian gritted her teeth. She felt that this matter was a bit strange. Although she was sure that she did not give her godfather Xia Dong's photo, what if someone framed her and the fingerprints matched? Mikakito saw her hesitation. She stared at her with sharp eyes like a hawk and said coldly, Miss Su, can I take it that you don't dare to leave your fingerprints because you feel guilty? Of course not. She immediately showed a charming smile. Why wouldn't I dare? I didn't do anything wrong. She elegantly held the glass. Mikakito sneered and said lightly, Thank you for your hard work today. I'll let you know when the results are out tomorrow. Bailey Han nodded and left the villa with Su Yunxian. He drove her to the door and glanced at her left wrist. Yunxian, how's the injury on your hand? She smiled. It's not very painful. Han, do you want to sit in my room? Bailey Han leaned over and kissed her forehead. No, you're tired. Rest early. Say hello to Uncle and Annie for me. Okay. She hugged him and said softly, Han, you have to believe me. I really didn't do it. I know. Bailey Han's lips curved. I believe you. He opened the car door for her and held her hand like a gentleman. Go in. Don't think too much. Su Yinxian nodded and waved her hand with a smile. On the other hand, Xia Dong had been able to suppress the drug addiction in her body with the antidote. When the drug addiction kicked in, it was far less painful than before, so she didn't have to find an excuse to sneak out to avoid the children. When the drug addiction kicked in, she locked herself in the room. Mikakito insisted on accompanying her. She couldn't persuade him, so she had to listen to him. However, she did feel more at ease with him by her side. That day, after Mikakito accompanied her through the drug addiction, he said that he had something to do and left in a hurry. She didn't ask. After taking a shower, she played with the two little guys on the sofa for a while. She touched Xiao Guai's head and asked, Guy, what if Mommy takes you to Rome to play with God Grandpa? Okay. Xiao Guai clapped his little hands happily. I haven't seen God Grandpa for a long time. I miss him so much. Then let's go to God Grandpa in a few days. Xia Dong thought about Mikakito's words for a long time and finally made a decision. Someone in city wanted to harm her. Before she cured Xiao Guai, she'd better leave. Xiao Bao blinked his big eyes. Mom, how long will we be gone? Xia Dong smiled. More than 10 months. Xiao Guai's pink little face immediately fell. But I can go back to kindergarten in 10 months. I want to go back to kindergarten. I don't want to stay in Rome for so long. Xia Dong rubbed her cheek against her daughter's little face and said with a smile, Don't worry, Mommy will definitely take you back to kindergarten. Xiao Guai pouted. Then what about brother? Brother only has 2 months of summer vacation. Xiao Bao's mind worked quickly. He soon understood why his mother wanted to take them away for 10 months. It must be to treat Gigai's illness. Thus, he shrugged indifferently. I'm fine. I'll go wherever you guys are. It's the same to study in Rome. Xiao Guai was moved to tears. Brother, you're the best. Xia Dong ruffled her son's hair. Son, you're the best. Mom, don't be like Xiao Guai. I'm going to be shocked to death by you. Xiao Bao shook his little shoulders exaggeratedly and made an expression that said he couldn't stand it. Xia Dong pinched his little face angrily. Why is it that when I say the same thing, it's like thunder rolling in the sky, but when Xiao Guai says it, it makes you so happy? Xiao Bao rolled his eyes at her. You're not as cute as Gi Gai. Wow, you evil brat. Xiao Guai giggled. Attention, Hong Cha, 866. Chapter 117. Repulse Bay Villa. Mika Keto stared coldly at Su Yunxian. She raised a test report in her right hand and announced the results. As you can see, the fingerprints on the photo are the same as Miss Su's fingerprints on the glass. No, that's impossible. Su Yunxian grabbed the test report excitedly and quickly scanned the results. She shook her head in disbelief. This is impossible. I didn't touch the photo at all, and I didn't give it to the kidnappers. You're framing me. Yin Xian calmed down. Bailey Han comforted her and took the test report from her hand. After reading it carefully, he stared sharply at Mika Keto. Yin Xian's suspicion is right. You asked someone to do this report. Only you know the truth. Mika Keto crossed her arms and sneered. You think I'm framing Su Yunxian? Why would I do that? Bailey Han's words were sharp. I could try to guess that it's because you want to deal with me. Shenghao Group and Bo AO Group were competitors. It was no secret that Bo AO Group was against Shenghao Group in every aspect. Mika Keto sneered. Mixing personal and business matters together? That's not my style. Bailey Han, I'm not you. I won't cancel the contract for personal reasons and cause a loss of 10 million yuan. Mika Keto was directly insinuating that he canceled the advertising cooperation with Glamour magazine because of Xia Dong. Bailey Han's face darkened, and he said coldly, in any case, your report is not convincing. Even if the fingerprints are the same, we can't rule out the possibility that someone framed Yunxian. White Tiger couldn't help but shout, what do you mean? Suzaku and I have already fallen to this point. Do you think we would lie? Bailey Han was expressionless. What you said may be the truth, but you also heard it from the middleman. Can you guarantee that the middleman is telling the truth? White Tiger was not convinced. Of course, I know the middleman's character very well. He definitely won't lie. Mika Keto said calmly. Bailey Han, I didn't expect you to be so biased. Even with scientific evidence, you still think it's not enough. He shook his head and showed a regretful expression. Whether you believe it or not, this report was made by an authoritative organization. I definitely did not interfere. As for the rest, I'll leave it to you to judge. Bailey Han's face suddenly turned ugly. Su Yunxian frowned unhappily and said sternly, Mr. Beidang, what do you mean? Han, believe me. Do you think this is wrong? I didn't do it, so why can't Han believe me? Mika Keto sneered. Miss Su, you really have a glib tongue. Even in the face of irrefutable evidence, you can still bite back. Ew. Su Yunxian was so angry that her eyebrows were raised. You're slandering me. Mika Keto stopped smiling and exuded a cold and domineering aura. I'll use fact to tell you whether I'm slandering you or not. Miss Su, don't forget, we still have a witness. The Godfather, the middleman that Suzaku and the others were talking about. Su Yunxian's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Although it was just a flash, Mika Keto, who had been watching her closely, still noticed it. He was even more certain that she was the culprit and was determined to expose her true colors. Bailey Han also noticed it. On the way back, Bailey Han didn't say a word until he sent Su Yunxian to the door. He turned to look at her with a calm gaze. Yunxian, I believe Mika Keto's report is correct. The fingerprints on the photo were left by you. Tell me, did you touch that photo? Su Yunxian widened her eyes in disbelief. Her eyes were covered with a layer of mist as she choked and said, You don't believe me. You actually suspect me. His voice was cold. If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't have defended you in front of Mika Keto. Then why did you say that? Su Yunxian's eyes were misty with tears. He frowned. If it's as we guessed, and someone deliberately framed you, then the photo might have been tampered with. If you remember when you touched that photo, you might be able to find out who framed you." She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but her tears fell even harder. "I don't know. Maybe I really did touch it. But I really don't remember." She couldn't say that she hired a private investigator to steal the photo, right? But the point was, who stole the photo and gave it to the kidnappers? Did the Godfather really betray her? Bailey Hahn sighed and took out a tissue to wipe her tears. She apologized softly. "I'm sorry, Hahn. I didn't know things would turn out like this." "Okay, I'm not blaming you. It's just that Mika Keto won't let it go so easily. I think he'll find the middleman next." Su Yunqian's heart skipped a beat, and she asked carefully, "Han, if, and I'm saying if, the middleman also proves that I hired someone to frame Xia Dong, will you still believe me?" Bailey Han's eyes darkened, and he didn't answer immediately. Although he trusted Su Yunqian, he was also rational. Who would go through so much trouble to set up such a trap to frame Yunqian? Moreover, it was such a coincidence to target Xia Dong. "Are you starting to hesitate?" Su Yunqian didn't get an answer. She bit her lip and said with tears in her eyes, "Then I'll admit it. I hate Xia Dong. I hate that she always gets close to you. So, I hired someone to frame her. Are you satisfied now?" Bailey Han frowned helplessly. "Yunqian, what are you doing? I didn't say that I didn't trust you, but you showed it." She didn't give up. He rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. "I'm just thinking, who could possibly want to frame you and Xia Dong? What can the person who framed you get in return?" Su Yunqian smiled through her tears. In the basement of the Repulse Bay Villa, Bai Dangshun ordered people to release Vermilion Bird and White Tiger from the wall. As soon as the two were released, they fell limply to the ground. They had originally suffered heavy injuries and had been hung for 2 days, so it would be strange if they didn't become limp. "I want to make a deal with you." Mika Keto looked at them condescendingly. "Tell me the identity of the middleman, and I'll spare your lives." Suzaku smiled bitterly. "The offer is very tempting, but we can't agree." "Then add one more condition. I guarantee the safety of White Tiger's parents and Director Lin." Mika Keto knew what they were most worried about. Suzaku and White Tiger couldn't believe it. They didn't believe that the cruel and cold Mika Keto would let them go. White Tiger gritted his teeth. "Why should we believe you? We kidnapped Miss Ya and caused her to become addicted to drugs. Are you really going to let us go?" He had already seen that Mika Keto loved Xia Dong deeply. Anyone who dared to hurt her would be tortured miserably. Mika Keto looked indifferent. "Do you have any other choice except to believe me? If you don't tell me, you'll die. If you tell me, not only will you survive, but you may also save the lives of your loved ones." They hesitated for a long time, but in the end, their desire to live prevailed. White Tiger's face was ashen as he said, "In fact, we don't know the identity of the middleman. We only know that his nickname is Godfather. He has been a contact of all the killers in a city since we started this business." Mika Keto raised his eyebrows. "How can we find him?" Suzaku leaned weakly against the wall and said, "There's a bar called Blue Series. He often lurks there, wearing a mask to mix drinks for the customers. No one has seen his real face." Mika Keto glanced at Jiang Dao, who immediately led his men to the bar called Blue Series. 2 hours later, Mika Keto received a call from him. Blue Series was closed, and no one knew where Godfather was. "Where else can we find him?" "Godfather, this person was not simple." Suzaku shook her head. "This is the only way to find him. There's only one phone number." She told Mika Keto the phone number. She dialed the number and heard a cold voice. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service." Mika Keto looked at her coldly. "It's not in service." She smiled mysteriously. "It's not in service. Wait for 2 minutes." 2 minutes later, Mika Keto's phone rang. The caller ID was a string of garbled codes, and he could not see the caller's number. He answered the call and heard a gloomy voice. "I'm Godfather." Mika Keto narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "I'm Mika Keto." Godfather sneered. "So you're the head of the Yamaguchi gang. Nice to meet you. What can I do for you?" Mika Keto said indifferently, "I heard you recently accepted a job, and the target is my fiancée." Godfather paused, and his voice became serious. Yes, I did. Why? Are you here to settle the score with me? Mika Keto sneered. I know the rules of the underworld, and I won't do anything to you. I just want to know who the employer is. Godfather refused. I won't tell you the employer's name. This is the rule. Mika Keto asked casually. Even if it means becoming the enemy of the entire Yamaguchi gang? Godfather smiled bitterly. Boss Beidang, I'm just trying to make a living. Why do you have to force me? Mika Keto said word by word. Whoever dares to touch my woman and child is courting death. He exuded a cold and murderous aura, and Suzaku and White Tiger couldn't help but shiver. The Godfather was silent for a long time before he said, I can tell you the name of my employer, but you can't let this matter spread out. You can't ruin my reputation, or I'll keep this secret even if I have to die without a burial place. Okay, I promise, Mika Keto said without hesitation. Her name is Su Yunxian. After saying this, the Godfather hung up the phone. After the call ended, Mika Keto also ended the recording on his phone. His lips curved into a sinister smile. Su Yunxian, let's see what else you have to say this time. Welfare, Shinwu, $7.99. Chapter 118. Mika Keto played the recorded conversation in front of Bailey Han and Su Yunxian. Although Bailey Han was prepared for it, his expression still changed after hearing it. Su Yunxian jumped up from her seat and screamed, I don't believe it. I'm going to ask Suzaku and White Tiger why they framed me. At this moment, she was the perfect example of a person who had been framed. Bailey Han stopped her. Yunxian, calm down. We'll get to the bottom of this. How can I not be excited? Who is it that framed me? Su Yunxian abandoned all her elegance and pushed Bailey Han's arm in agitation. Han, don't stop me. I have to get to the bottom of this. Mika Keto looked at her coldly. Okay, I'll allow you to interrogate them. I'll go with you. Bailey Han frowned and followed Su Yunxian. Mika Keto watched them walk to the basement coldly. Jiang Dao whispered, Boss, should we follow them? No need. Let's go to the monitoring room. In the monitoring room, Mika Keto sat in front of the monitor and saw Su Yunxian angrily questioning Suzaku and White Tiger. The surveillance camera had a 360-degree view without any blind spots. He could clearly see the anger on her face. At the same time, he could also see Bailey Han's cold expression. The screen suddenly flashed. White lines flashed across the screen and covered the entire screen in waves. The people on the screen were all blocked. What's going on? Mika Keto frowned and patted the monitor. It's probably broken. Jiang Dao wiped the sweat on his forehead and hurriedly called the technicians over. In the basement, Su Yunxian sternly questioned Suzaku and White Tiger. They calmly said that they didn't frame her and were just telling the truth. She casually glanced at the time on her wrist. Suddenly, she pounced on Suzaku as if she had gone crazy. Bailey Han hurriedly stepped forward and held her shoulders to calm her down. She clenched her teeth and sobbed. Her right hand was behind her back. She used her middle finger to scratch her clothes, leaving a long mark. Then, she used her middle finger to tap her thumb rhythmically. Suzaku first noticed her right hand. At first, Suzaku thought that she was doing it subconsciously. But later, she realized that something was wrong. Su Yunxian was using Morse code. Su Yunxian was using Morse code to send her message. Suzaku's heart suddenly jumped. She quickly glanced at the cameras around her. She boldly guessed that since Su Yunxian dared to use Morse code with her back facing her, she must have found a way to interfere with the cameras. She began to focus on Su Yunxian's fingers to see what message she was trying to send. Su Yunxian buried her head in Bailey Han's arms and cried. Her right hand, which was hidden behind her back, was tapping rhythmically. She told Suzaku, My godfather never told the assassins the name of his employer, but he told you my name. Have you ever doubted his intentions? Vermilion Bird's pupils suddenly shrank. In fact, she also had her suspicions, But this thought only flashed through her mind before she discarded it. She believed that her godfather was a righteous person. But today, when Beitang Shun threatened her godfather, he didn't even hesitate to reveal his employer's name. This indeed made her somewhat disappointed, even though she herself had betrayed her employer. Su Yunxian used Morse code again. He had long planned to betray you. Think about it. You changed your appearance and escaped abroad. You even used fake identities. How did Mika Keto find you in 2 days? That's because someone secretly tipped her off. Suzaka was shocked again. Only she, White Tiger, and her godfather, who helped them get fake IDs, knew about her and White Tiger going to Vanuatu. Did her godfather really betray them? Su Yunqian's fingers moved again. Are you willing to be betrayed by your godfather? Why do you want to be righteous when your godfather is heartless? Well, that's all I have to say. Think about it yourselves. Su Yunqian estimated the time it took Falcon to hack into the villa's CCTV and quickly stopped typing the password. When Bailey Han comforted her, she said weakly, "Han, I don't want to stay here anymore." Bailey Han held her arm. "Okay, let's go." The moment they left the basement, the CCTV returned to normal. Mika Keto's eyes moved. She felt that it was too much of a coincidence that the CCTV was broken. She called her subordinate who was guarding the basement door. The subordinate told her that Su Yunxian did not say anything. After yelling angrily, she leaned into Bailey Han's arms and cried. Mika Keto frowned and was deep in thought. Just then, one of her subordinates came in and said, "Boss, someone uploaded the photos 3 days ago. We have a clue." 3 days ago, someone uploaded the photos of Xia Dong's drug addiction to the internet through a foreign server. Fortunately, Mika Keto was prepared and intercepted it, so it did not cause a stir. Mika Keto looked at her subordinate and gestured for him to continue. Ouyang cracked the other party's IP address. Through the IP address, we found out the other party's identity. He is a hacker. He said that a client from China contacted him and asked him to release the photos. He did not know the other party's name, but he received the photos through an email. Through the email used to trade with the hacker, we tracked down the address. The subordinate handed a small notebook to Mika Keto and pointed at a little red dot on the map. The Su family. Mika Keto's eyes narrowed dangerously. The Su Bolan family? No, it's Su Murong's family. What? Mika Keto raised his eyebrows in surprise. Xia Xia's father, Xia Jinxing, married Su Murong. He had investigated thoroughly and found out that they had a daughter named Su Xingchen. How could they be involved in the theft and photos? He had always thought that the mastermind behind the theft, photos, and kidnapping was the same person. Could he have been wrong? After a moment of shock, Mika Keto's face darkened. Things are getting more and more interesting. Who took these photos and who wants to harm Xia Xia? I'll get to the bottom of this. He flipped through the photos carefully, trying to find clues. In the photos, Xia Dong was lying on the bed in pain. Her body was convulsing, and the background was in her bedroom. Wait a minute. Except for the one time when she first came back, she spent the time in her own bedroom. After that, he had brought her to his villa every time. Mika Keto suddenly flew into a rage and slammed the photos on the table. "Jiang Dao, get Xia Xia's nanny here." He paused and said, "Don't let Xia know about this." In Xia Xia's house, the only person who could come into contact with her was the nanny. The nanny was quickly brought to Mika Keto by Jiang Dao. She was in her 30s and came from the countryside. She looked honest and timid. When she saw Mika Keto's angry face, her legs began to turn to jelly. She said in a trembling voice, Mr. Beitang, why are you looking for me?" Mika Keto threw the photos at her face. She hurriedly caught the photos. When she saw the photos clearly, she was so shocked that she fell to her knees and cried, "Mr. Beitang, please let me go. I was forced to do this." Mika Keto looked down at her coldly. "Speak. Who ordered you to do this?" The nanny choked with sobs. I don't know her." She covered her face. "I only know she's a woman. She kidnapped my child and threatened me. She said she would kill my child if I didn't do as she said." She crawled to Mika Keto on her knees and grabbed his leg. She begged, "Mr. Beitang, I beg you. Please let me go. I didn't do it on purpose. Mikakito looked at her coldly. Don't worry. I won't kill you. You're still useful to me. More importantly, Xiaxia valued her a lot. If he killed her and Xiaxia found out, she would never forgive him. The nanny kowtowed gratefully. Thank you. Thank you. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Mikakito walked around her in disgust. Do you remember the voice of the person who ordered you to do this? Yes, yes. Mikakito said a few words to Jiangdao and then walked out of the surveillance room. Jiangdao asked the nanny to sit in front of the surveillance screen. He pointed at Su Yunxian on the screen and said, "Listen to her voice." The nanny nodded hurriedly. Mikakito walked into the living room. Bailey Han and Su Yunxian had been waiting for him for a long time. Bailey Han said calmly, "I thought you wouldn't show up again." He had left the guest here for more than an hour while he stayed in the surveillance room. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to solve this problem once and for all, Bailey Han would have slammed the door and left. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I was dealing with something just now. Mikakito apologized, but there was no apology on his face. Bailey Han was very unhappy. He said with a dark face, "Let's get to the point. We don't believe the words of the middleman. I firmly believe that this has nothing to do with Yunxian." Mikakito sneered and turned to Su Yunxian. "Miss Su, as a suspect, you have the right to say something to defend yourself." Su Yunxian smiled. "I didn't do it. I believe that the innocent will find out the truth. I also believe that Mr. Beidang will find out the truth one day." As soon as Su Yunxian finished speaking, the nanny in the surveillance room shook her head. "It's not her. The person who ordered me to secretly take pictures of Miss Xia is not her." Jiangdao immediately walked out of the surveillance room and came to the living room. He whispered a few words in Mikakito's ear. Mikakito's eyes narrowed, but quickly returned to normal. He looked at Su Yunxian and said calmly, "One day. I'll give you one more day. If you can't find any new clues, I'll assume that Miss Su is the mastermind. Miss Su, I've said before that anyone who hurts Xiaxia will not have a good ending. I don't care if she has a backer or not. Do you understand what I mean?" This was a blatant declaration. If they couldn't catch the mastermind in one day, they would treat Su Yunxian as the mastermind and deal with her. Bailey Han's eyes turned cold, and he exploded on the spot. "Mikakito, don't go overboard." Awesome novel Songshu 566 that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.